are live, according to YouTube. Yeah?
That's the sound of the YouTube engine running.
You tickle me sometimes, you know that? You.
Thanks. I ate way too much pizza, by the way. I'm sick.
Dang. Well,
I should not have eaten that much pizza.
Don't get sick while we're being cute little anime girls.
Can't help it. I had 266 Pizza Hut rewards points.
Dang. Our audio sounds good. How? How did you...
Because in the month of October, they were having Tuesday, where you buy one, get one free pizza at Pizza Hut.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I can understand that then.
So I kept buying them, and then I got a bunch of Pizza Hut pizza points.
So, before we start today,
Yeah?
I've gathered you all here today to let me cook.
Okay.
I did a little bit of work, like I said I would.
Go off, Goda.
I think I figured out some stuff. But then halfway through, I remembered that this is all based off of my guess that quadrillion is the word. So if quadrillion isn't the word, this is all wrong.
Okay. Let me pull up the epitaph.
So, if we're going off of the anagram theory thing, right? Then quadrillion is some kind of like anagram code key thing. And as they talked about in the episode, I think it was either earlier in this one or it was in 4. They talked about, you know, some letters probably need like taken out and moved around and that kind of stuff. So I was reading the epitaph, comparing it with the word quadrillion. I also figured out when we were first talking about that way back that there would have to be 5 letters left over because you would get rid of 6 because the first day corresponds, the killing corresponds to removing letters, supposedly. I think that's what we talked about.
Yep, all for the 6 chosen by the key of sacrifices.
Yes. And the key, I didn't figure this out, but they talked about it in the game. The key is supposedly like that path so it says go to his hometown and then you go down the path and then that will reveal the key to you somehow. And that key will tell you which letters to remove, right?
Yeah.
But you said work backwards because that might help you more. And I said, okay, I'll do that. So then I was thinking of praise my noble name. That's where I got stuck, was praise my noble name. What can I get out of quadrillion that is some kind of name or maybe like honorific title or something like that? So the first thing I got was lion. You can get the word lion out of that, but that's only 4 letters. So I was like, dang. And then I got, funnily enough, I kept getting L words. So I also got loud,
True.
which if this is Kenzo making the epitaph, I thought would have been funny. But I don't think it's that because also, again, 4 letters. Then I got Lord. Lord, I thought, seemed like a pretty good fit. But obviously, it was only 4 letters. So I sat there for like 2 hours
Oh my gosh.
trying to figure out what in God's name can I make that's 5 letters that is like similar to something like Lord or something where you're praising someone's noble name. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out. So then I just started plugging in all of the letters onto the end and the beginning of Lord to see what I would get. And then I sat there for like a second and I looked at loud and I looked at Lord. And the U was bothering me.
Yeah.
I think this is a stretch.
Okay.
I think this is a huge stretch because it's the only thing after like 3 days of thinking about it that I could come to the conclusion of. Lord, and then U on the end, and the U is supposed to be Ushiromiya.
Wow. Okay.
Because there's nothing else in that entire set of letters that makes any modicum of sense besides if this is Kinzo explaining the epitaph, if this epitaph voice is supposed to be Kinzo, that would make sense because he is Lord Ushiromiya. He's the lord of the Ushiromiya family. So I think it's a stretch. But that's what my brain logicked out was Lord Yu. So put that in somewhere for something. I don't know where this goes, but if that is it, if my theory is correct, you have to put the phrase Lord Yu in like some kind of lock or code thing, and it'll open it, and perhaps that will be the way to get to the gold. Perhaps a part of getting to the gold that has been hidden from us for every episode is what they have to do to get to the gold. Perhaps that is what they do right before they get to the gold, is there's some kind of code that they have to put in that lets them into where the gold is. And that's what you got to put in.
All right.
Now, I was about to say, you were just about to say if I worked backwards. I'm still not sure about what the key is yet. I took all of the letters that weren't Lord Yu and searched for, like, that Japan, and I couldn't find a single place that was, if you put all of those, I think it's QIL, no, it's Q, I have it written down. Wait, okay, I'm gonna Alt-Tab for a second.
Yep.
I have it written, I put it all in a Google Doc as I was working this out. It's QAILIN. That's in order if it was quadrillion, and then you removed the DRLOU for Lord Yu. Couldn't find anywhere in Japan with that name. Quailin? Quailin? It just kept giving me the Japanese quail.
That's really funny.
When I was looking it up. So I'm not quite sure precisely where that is just yet, but it's leading me to believe that it's either somewhere that doesn't exist anymore in Japan or it's not in Japan. In which case I'm going to have to put my thinking cap on and figure out where it would not be in Japan.
Okay. Well, you've got something pretty there. Just as a quick sum up for anybody that was like skipping through this part, what's your final thing without the explanation of your thought process? What's your leaning right now?
So if you're taking the epitaph literally and you're not taking it as a witch's ritual, somewhere on the island there is an anagram there's a code lock of some kind or something similar to that should say like quadrillion, and then you'll be able to interact with it somehow, and by doing that you remove everything from it except for the letters LORDU, and then when you get to that, somehow you have to like enter that phrase, and it will open the way to, quote, the Golden Land, which is the Ushiromiya family gold. That's my conclusion right now.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. If you know the answer at home, shut your mouth. If you don't, feel free to peruse the epitaph as well and give us your guesses. I won't say anything because I think it is unfair for me to say anything, because the game might yet have some more secrets. Unless you want me to say something.
Knowing the stretches Umineko takes sometimes, I feel like I could just be entirely wrong in like every way possible with this. The only thing I know I'm probably most correct about is it being some kind of word game thing, because they talked about that a lot. So
they did talk about that a lot in this episode. All right. Well, good theory. Good going so far. But now, as exciting as that is, we now have somewhere else to go to. We now have to return to the Court of Illusions, where apparently the detective has discovered who the culprit is, and now everyone is here except the pieces from 1998.
Everyone's been called to court.
Yep.
I miss those pieces from 1998.
I miss some of them, not all of them. But yeah, what was it? Hideyoshi got slain. Natsuhi was in the closet when it happened.
Yep.
And now Erika was just like,
I believe I know the answer.
Yeah, and then she was like, I got it. And Lambdadelta was like, okay, game stop, let's do it.
Yep.
All right.
Hey,
and
give them the least amount of opportunity to gather more information.
Yeah.
If they say they have it.
I'm sad because I really wish that it was like, it's seeming as though this is not the true Ushiromias that are here, because they took this in stride when they appeared here.
Yeah.
So it seems like this is basically them as like a, I don't know what you want to call it, almost like a living doll of themselves.
Yeah, a living doll that understands that they're a part of the game.
Yeah.
And
I really wish it was
needs to
just
give answers
them.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like they're going to be completely forthright and everything. I wish it was just straight up them, because it would be so funny. But, oh well. So with only, let's see, 6 confirmed murders and 1 missing persons?
Yep.
Will Erika Furudo crack the case? And what's Battler with all this? Like, what's he even really doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He seems pretty depressed about this.
This battler that we have now is, in fact, our battler. He is not game board battler.
True,
so
he's taken back over.
He's back in control, so we're going to see what route he takes here, because Byrne was using him to counter Erika so that the game could keep going, supposedly. That's the running theory, so that the witches could keep having fun. But now we're going to see what is Battler going to do? Whose side is he going to take here? His goal seems to be right now. He did actually, I believe he said he was trying to figure out whether he wanted to fight Beatrice right now or fight the witches, the other 2 witches.
Yeah,
because
he kind of was like he wanted to claim the game back.
Yeah, his whole thing is he wants to take the game back for him and Beatrice. So we'll see how he goes about doing that.
Yeah, it's so strange because up till now it's just been him versus, but now it's almost like it's him with her. So let's see what happens. Okay, that's the last of my preamble. Let me get a drink of water before we get into this.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, folks. Yeah. And as always, prepare. If you have any theories from last time or anything, now's the time to get them out because, well, I guess I won't give everything away, but you know, the reds and blues are going to start flying, folks.
It's time for some intellectual intercourse.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, my master, leave it to me. Order! Silence!
At the sound of her voice, the Shyster sister Kor straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels.
Well, there goes the song.
It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. Oh, well, there goes our chat. As their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty, the room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. That's funny because you just
We were
mentioned
just
that.
talking about that, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps. As Erika walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention.
Do you remember when we went to Colossal Con and we were at the When They Cry panel and one of the cosplayers sitting in front was Erika Furudo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just thought about that.
Specifically because I remember you being like, dude, there's an Erika Furudo up there.
Yeah.
When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair.
I, Furudo Erika, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is...
I wonder who she's gonna pick. I will actually be surprised if she... Okay, yeah.
Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit.
I thought they might do a bait and switch and not make it the obvious choice, but no.
It would have been funny.
Erika pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
Shyster sisters, please take the defendant to her chair.
Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me! 45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back. Okay, you don't gotta be that rough about it. And led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted. Okay, maybe you did have to be that rough. But then the Shyster sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. Okay, so maybe they are themselves, but not at the same time. It can be turned on and off.
Yeah, something like that. We'll see.
I, Furudo Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromi and Natsuhi.
Beato, of course, you'll be challenging this, right?
Naturally. I am the Ushiromi family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furudo Erika, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart.
Beatrice!
Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear crime you have not committed.
At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight. That's true. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushiromiya family.
How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment.
Also, a new song right now playing is Solitary Deep Sea Fish is the name of it.
So, Bern, make your claims.
I, Bernkastel, claim that a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit.
Bernkastel, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Seems like the opposite of what each of them would do.
Listen, witches and humans. Two claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi? Is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth about the fifth game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted.
The music's gone. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life-or-death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails.
I wonder. Lady Bernkastel is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations.
It was inconceivable that the ruthless Bernkastel would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
Okay, no problems. Get started! In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct?
It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive.
No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate.
I'm telling you, that's a mistake! Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit.
We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait, the scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the closed room trick, the how done it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who done it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
I agree. It's the fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room, and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambdadelta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts.
If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Rokkenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth.
Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit. Before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
It's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambdadelta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the fifth game, and we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course.
Objection. In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance.
Objection! Furudo Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the events. Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Beato's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So, this is a way of telling Rokkenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia.
Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place.
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the brawn tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
Then I will follow Lady Lambdadelta's orders and start from the first crime at the first Twilight. As you know, at 2400 on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
Oh! The culprit is Ushiromi Natsuhi because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi.
Get flashbanged, idiot.
Yeah, I hope none of you were sitting in a dark room when that happened.
My eyes.
Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit.
We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit as long as there are other people without alibis. Well, that's the problem, Beatrice. Hold up! The claim has been made that Natsuhi was the only one lacking an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude this is the case. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for... Oh, okay, it's going to stay there. Whew.
Yeah. I was also afraid it was not going to.
Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Goda, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Kumasawa? Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion? For Kraus, who was in the mansion? Was it possible for people in the mansion besides Natsuhi? Is it possible Georgia and the others were actually playing dead? Is it possible there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Is it possible the crime was committed before 2400? Is it possible the crime was committed after 3 o'clock? Is it possible the crime was committed outside of the time span of 2400 to 1 o'clock? Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? There we go. As long as those possibilities exist, it's impossible to conclude this is the case. So all of those need to be buckled down in red somehow.
Why am I afraid that that's exactly what's going to happen?
Oh no!
True. If Erika's gonna call Natsuhi suspicious so confidently, she's first gotta show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Bern?
Yes, of course. Erika will explain that perfectly.
The culprit is Ushiromi and Natsuhi because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two?
When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuhi's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time, and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes.
Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder.
Nonsense! Why would we do something like that?
That's right. How could I ever kill someone?
Well, actually, I find it quite simple. You would say... no.
Mackerel.
We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit. After all, was the crime scene possible for Kumasawa or Goda, who were both in the guest house?
Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house. Entered the waiting room and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. So, we're finally here.
Where?
I see. It's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much.
Beato glanced at where Dlanor sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Dlanor just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
Repeat it. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis.
We refuse. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer.
Aha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambdadelta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Bern? Erika? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Fall back, Erika. My opponent is Dlanor over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch. No. There's no need for Dlanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay?
In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit murder at any time.
What is this music?
I'm not positive. Let me double check real quick before I continue, because I also need to know.
It's going off.
Yeah. Is this it? Hold up. Yeah, okay. The Girls' Witch Hunt is the name of it.
Oh.
Okay. I just did no alibis, right? That was my last one.
Yep, unless is where
Okay.
you stopped.
Oh, okay.
Unless you can deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit.
Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped, and the battle had begun.
A human like Erika can't use any red. How could she turn this around without going Dlanor?
If her Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Bernkastel, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue truth valid. What'll you do, Baron? Will you or Dlanor step in instead?
It is still not my turn. And it is not Lady Bernkastel's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Furudo Erika will beat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom.
If you really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well, Erika. Let's see what you've got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san, is extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand. Yes? Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room? No! I was sound asleep until morning, I really was! The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Ava-san, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself. And what exactly is that? You don't mean... That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room?
Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that.
After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erika held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight into the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi.
Kumasawa has an alibi. Is it gonna... Yep.
Dang! They really put the production value in episode 5. I guess the
Yeah.
answers, huh?
So, like, we're not even gonna go off the possibility that she could have gone out a window? We're...
They may. We'll see what happens.
Good. A wonderful alibi. Not a single gap. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning.
Okay, well then that... Yeah.
Yep.
The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Bernkastel and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed.
Ho! Then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way.
Isn't that not true because Battler saw him when he came over? Wasn't he out in the
we'll
lobby
see.
with Nanjo?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room.
Okay, they might be saying he left after that.
Yeah.
Because he... Yeah, okay, yep.
Yep.
And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was on the second floor. So I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor.
Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m.
Didn't Battler run into Erika when he came back and like she was being weird, going around doing things? Or am I crazy?
He ran into Erika after they were talking with Nanjo and Goda. They also... Previously, those two interacted and then found the gold.
Yeah,
and
that's when they found the
she
gold.
was looking for the book. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he ran into her and they went into the library. That's right. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I'm thinking of.
Yep.
And Erika has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m., since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erika has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning.
Goda has an alibi.
That's 2 out of the way.
Get it out of here. Get it the hell out of here.
Yeah. Many more to go.
Red truth valid. Well done, Erika. The alibi due to your seal on that door has been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to the status of red truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans. So now you claim to have surpassed humans. It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at 2400. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Batla-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san, remained in the guest house. I've already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousin room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I ask that you repeat this!
Yes, I'll respond. At 2400 in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive and in the second floor cousin room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And, since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that?
No murder occurred before 2400. We guarantee that George's group is dead.
Uh-oh.
I was thinking that they were probably going to start getting rid of multiple at a time. Just to make it faster.
Yeah.
Thanks for repeating that, my master. If we hadn't made these things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis.
Got it.
I'm unnerved by this sprite.
Yeah?
Is it just me? There's something wrong with her face.
The mouth is a little odd.
There's something wrong here. Anyway. It's too plain for her. She doesn't look like that.
That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before 2400.
To go even further, at 2400, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive.
We confirm that those thought to be inside the mansion at 2400 were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum, it has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1 o'clock, excluding Natsuhi.
Right on time. That's more like it.
This isn't something Erika observed, but we can't move the game forward without settling it. Very well, I'll acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master.
Little brown noser. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back.
Oh.
Damn it.
Very troublesome. No good. Very icky. To think we would be put at such a disadvantage.
This is almost the exact opposite of Riche's fights with Badler.
In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then.
At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the game master. The Beato who fought against me was the game master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the game master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Bernkastel. Thanks for the visual.
Yeah.
Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet the detective, Erika, can use the red truth. Sorry, little yawn. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red, but in the beginning, she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Bernkastel is different. She fully understands the rules of this game, and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other.
This has become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Badler once stood in.
Beato.
In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Kodan Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes, let's switch to a different approach.
Well, the next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house.
Nanjo is in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe the time periods before and after that have been left open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanjo, you are relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct?
Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house?
Yes, I was with Erika-san the whole time.
And during what time was this?
From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3. Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master.
I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house.
Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuhi have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too. And that's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erika? Yes, First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until 2400, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
That's right. At 2400, I met Erika-san, and she... after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre, I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit.
When I went into the library to solve the epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and were talking the whole time. Constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kenzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. Dang. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Oh. Damn her!
True.
Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
I see. So, from 2400 until 3 a.m. when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all.
She got so excited.
Yes, that's it exactly. My master repeated.
I'll respond. After 2400, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m.
At 2400, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge.
After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest.
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there.
Oof.
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Batla-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Batla-san, and I went up to the second floor. And then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Batla-san's scream, and checked to see that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3.
Nanjo has an alibi.
She loves them seals.
Mm-hmm. Bingus.
How many's left there?
1, 2, 3,
8?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
Woohoo. Hola, Tommy.
Although for some of those, if they're not proven, others could return. Like, could the crime have been committed after 3 o'clock? If that one's not disproven, then the Nanjo one could come back.
True. I think most of those could come back at that point.
Yep.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect.
Wow.
Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m., and he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning.
Erika made use of the seals on the doors, and was granted red truths. I'm yawning so much.
Yeah, I'm realizing I'm doing the same. I'm realizing that us doing this at 5 instead of 7, I think we're in that like sleepy hump, the circadian rhythm. Yeah.
Okay.
An energy drink.
Erika made use of the seals on the doors and was granted red truth from Bernkastel one after another. Come on, we got a counterattack, Beatrice. Come on, you got something up your sleeve. Give it to us. For me, demanding that Beato repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics. But it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants.
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem. And that problem is,
Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red truth had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. No, Beatrice, don't visually show your intellectual struggle.
It's too shameful.
Beato's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfecto. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Ushiromiya Battler also should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past this part while ignoring me. Huh? At that time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip.
The bailiff is mad.
Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned.
Ow! Damn it.
Yeah, I understand, Battler. And my apologies. Forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who is sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else?
Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house?
Is this what I think it is? I think we're getting ready to get one of the really funny scenes.
Beato's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that. My apologies. I had completely forgotten. After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went up to the second floor with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at 2400, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I'd accept it, right?
Ha!
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What?
This is the moment I thought it was.
I, Furudo Erika, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. That he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. That's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this?
That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erika probably went into her room, too. How could she say something like that as though she saw the whole thing?
She never said she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to, where was it located?
Erika, please tell me. How can you prove so much about Battler?
I'd expect no less from a true detective.
My room was right next to the cousin room. There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean... You put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room? Yes. My ears are perfect. Right after Bat-the-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning, without sleeping a wink.
Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time, until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Bernkastel alone was grinning in triumph.
Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
Yes. So just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erika's ears, either to kill George and the others or make those wounds on their throats.
It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. No, actually, he created a vacuum in the cousin's room so that sound did not pass through the walls.
Exactly. Man, this music's so good.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushiomi Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room.
In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses.
The red from the pair forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. The red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant that the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. Okay, there we go. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as 2400, the time period of the crime automatically became between 2400 and 3. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 o'clock.
That one hurts. A lot.
After 2400, Erika was in the guest house the whole time. So it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion.
It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Eva and the others. But now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between 2400 and 3. And she can prove those alibis.
Beatrice?
Anyway, we'll have to construct it so the murders were possible before 3 a.m. And now we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it.
The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before 2400. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock. Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Until 3 o'clock, Erika was in the lounge, and you'd have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house's second floor.
This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erika noticing, we would be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone.
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to. Could there possibly be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Ladder. Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way, and Bernkastel must have thought of this as well.
Battler, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. And to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
Beato finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one.
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots.
Mental blind.
Mental?
My master, repeat it!
It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building.
That's a very big loophole. That's a...
My master!
Hey,
So-
careful. Careful praising your master. Don't step out of line, rat. Don't...
Next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible.
She really took that to heart, the whole rain gutter thing.
Oh, have you met
But
her?
I-
Have you...
True.
But I can't let you do that. Oh, you won't let me. And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor. Prevent entry?
I don't know if we've seen that be a toast, right?
I don't know if we have either. I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks? Not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once.
Did she put dang markers in every single goddamn window? You little shit.
Just remember. Hey, I didn't get that. I didn't get
Oh,
that. Wait.
sorry.
The way I think about this is remember, anytime you're in D&D as a player or as a DM, if you need like foolproof things, little receipts
little
in the
receipts,
doors.
Little receipts in door frames and windows.
Anyway, I just need the last line there.
After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Don't tell me.
I'm with you, Lambda.
You used that seal of yours on all of the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that?
From the out? Are you saying from the outside? Because I'm pretty sure she could have just done it from the inside.
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
I'm with the narrator from last time. I wonder what that looked like.
Yeah, right? Again, I really wish we had the anime for this.
You're insane. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like that in the middle of the rain, even though nothing had happened yet?
For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece. She is
Where's that
insane.
meme that I have? I need that meme, hold on. Erika Furudo saying, I'm sorry your autism makes you weird. Mine makes me funny and better than everyone else.
In the middle of all that rain, Erika sealed all the windows from the outside. Now, see, I don't understand why she couldn't have done it from the inside, because I think it would have had the same effect still.
I don't know why either, but I'm gonna assume maybe there's like a visual we're not seeing and it had to have
Maybe.
been from the outside. I
Maybe.
don't know.
But if not, it just makes it kind of funnier, in my opinion, that she was like, I gotta go outside and do this. To create an alibi, showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself, and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Every crease in every brick.
Yeah.
Although, after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin's room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action doesn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm. How did she avoid getting seen by, like, the cousins?
She didn't. They just
Yeah,
died.
no.
You... Just what do you think of this Ushiromiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
To a detective, the Ushiromiya family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis.
That reminds me. This just gave me a good idea. Imagine, I don't know, maybe it might not be good, I don't know, but imagine a movie or a TV series or something that is, it takes place like the very first episode or something. The opening is a murder mystery getting solved, and the rest of the show is the fallout for the family after
That
the murder
would
mystery.
be interesting.
Wouldn't it? Because like it always wraps up. Films always wrap up with a big solution, but like that family's irreparably damaged. No
Yep.
way. So.
Umineko sequel? Umineko sequel?
Anyway.
From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night.
Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erika confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the cousins' room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the Red Truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis.
My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders.
Well done, Erika. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erika's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis?
There is no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. Actually, Erika just forgot to check one, and it was the one specifically that was entered through.
Yeah. You did it. That's it.
Could you imagine how she would react if that was true?
She would explode.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be like a supernova.
Yeah, I acknowledge it. Erika, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it at all without Erika, who was in the lounge, knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambdadelta. So, you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice? Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between 2400, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when our party in the lounge started. I've already said it, but at 2400, I went down to the lounge. Hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear to all that only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between 2400 and 1.
Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. It is only possible for the crime to have occurred between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Get it out of there.
Excellent checklist.
It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night. But because of the alibis Erika had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Erika left the cousin room at 2400. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method.
From her, and from a mere human.
This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate there won't be many suspect pieces left.
Damn it, Lady Bernkastel. Nicely done.
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand.
Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between 2400 and 1. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with 2400. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's red.
Yeah, that's right. At 2400, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And, as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with the one-winged eagle seal on it. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 o'clock. I will say it with the red truth. Of all people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m.
Uh-oh.
Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1 o'clock. Bye-bye. I like how it still has kept the caption at the top the entire time.
Yeah.
Since the possible times for the crime had been limited to between 2400 and 1, the adults in the family conference, who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between 2400 and 1, all had proven alibis.
And how do you intend to prove that? Erika's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof.
The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made that rule.
I kind of agree with Bernkastel. That felt kind of good, not gonna lie.
This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall. It also gave alibis to Shannon and Canon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. I'm waiting until we get to the point where it's like all of those checks are proven wrong, to then be like, okay, then how could it have not been Natsuhi? Because I also want to figure it out, but I'm waiting for them to get all their reds out before we get to that point.
Yeah.
In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these three, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
Temple's Raven.
Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at 2400, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion?
Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the...
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it?
She's starting to have a bit too much fun herself.
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rose returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushiromiya Eva-san. Please rise.
The music.
Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night.
Oh, get off it.
She's the person who taught me how to make those seals. She helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if that wasn't broken, it would mean no one entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning.
The murder of Genji is also limited to the span between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
Now, Kenon-san and Kumasawa-san, please rise.
Canon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
Yes, I thought it was some kind of prank. I didn't think deeply about it at the time. I do remember that happening.
Yep.
I'm not asking for your opinions. Just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room?
Yes.
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Canon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's waiting room, and that seal was broken by Canon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime scene was discovered. This will be a pain, so I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Ava. Until Ava returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Ava went to the waiting room and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time.
This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't a red truth without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation, such as collecting fingerprints, were used here. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Bernkastel. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder. Component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the clinging rainwater. Erika just walked into someone else's study several times and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission.
Really funny.
However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority.
You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet. If someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
Because of this, it has been proven that it is only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between 2400 and 1 a.m. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room.
It had already been made clear in red that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. And because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after 2400. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. Oops. Cross time.
Now, only Kraus and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they? Wait, what song is this?
Impossible!
Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. And that's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate.
Ushiromiya Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
Fool! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband?
Bieto, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you?
Was the crime also possible for Kraus, who was in the mansion?
This song, by the way, is one of the others that's considered one of the best in the entire OST. It's called Patchwork Chimera.
I'm feeling it.
Crazy name. Yeah. And also in parentheses, this moment is called Plea Bargain, which I find really
Dang.
funny. Yes.
Bieto realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Beato should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erika's in several ways using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Bernkastel and Lambdadelta as red truth. But Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like those witches are distorting things so that they match with a plotline Erika's drawn up.
That's right. If the Game Master Lady Lambdadelta accepts a truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this trial is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
Do you suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Batner-kun?
Well,
Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. This means that even Erika's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide.
no. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuhi, how do you intend to let her escape?
I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsuhi was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit. Erika has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, but even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the person who trusts Aunt Natsuhi. If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone, taunted by liars? I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit.
Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right?
Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't gonna beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambdadelta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's. Now you're thinking, Battler.
Can anyone create a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating the red truths that Lady Bernkastel has shown?
I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit of the crime was a witch. That's better than having Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth.
So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon. But that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon. And I threw away that belief. I'd been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon. So I believed that for a long, long time. But even when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now, everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth. Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent, despite a lack of proof? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief.
Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you, now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense.
I love Coach Vergilia and Battler moments.
Yeah.
Power?
By the name of the finite witch Vergilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit.
Can she do that?
A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
What do you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon the Ushiromiya family honor thing, Bern will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay?
Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kenzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, a true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bernkastel claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Beato to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage.
I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. My husband is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal.
Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you will be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Ample's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit.
And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
I will not run or hide. I am innocent. I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies.
With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bernkastel had intended.
Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish bragging drag you down to the depths of hell?
Come on.
Oh, back to this one.
Vici, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out the compromise.
Both Lady Lambdadelta and Lady Bernkastel have boredom, not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game.
If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment. Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one.
But that doesn't apply to you, my lady. I believe you know what Lady Bernkastel plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Bernkastel's deal might be our one and only good option right now. Oh,
That made it look like she threw Runaway.
yeah, it did.
Oh. So away that useless pride of yours. Nice Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets to attack to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies.
Deep chest cut, except it's very surface level.
My apologies. But I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon it yourself does it disappear! Is that your answer, Beato? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Bing bong.
We have one left.
Yeah.
Fool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone. Get it?
A little rude.
No. Dear.
Bernkastel's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether her Kraus was alive or dead. But she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation, had been crushed, without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushiromiya family. No. Even after all this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor, with this final bit of strength.
Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi.
Everyone in the mansion besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Oh,
What?
you didn't see that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Well done, Erika and Bernkastel.
Okay. Let's hold up here for a second.
What?
All of
Oh, are
those
you
have
gonna
been
try to crack it?
disproven,
Yeah.
but it's also not Natsuhi. So that makes things difficult. So okay. It's
Yeah.
been for this game. It's been confirmed in red how many people are on the island, right or no?
I don't remember. Let me go check.
Because if not, it could be as simple as just saying there's another person here. But I thought at one point there was a red that was said that was like, this is true across all games. That there are always this many people on the island. Or something like that. Same to the one of like Kinzo always being dead at the start of every game. I thought there was something similar to that one for the amount of people.
What you got is Lambdadelta said at one point, she said that, in other words, the number of people in this parlor now is equal to the total number of people on this island.
Oh, how many people were in the parlor?
I don't know. It was a while ago, but point is it's.
But that is wordy. That doesn't give a specific number. Well, I mean, I guess it technically does, but it's worded in a way that's vague, which leads me to believe there might be a possibility, I don't know how yet, I haven't proven it, but there might be a possibility to slip through that and get to there's another person here that's not Natsuhi or anyone else who's doing the murders.
What we have before that is Furudo Erika only increases it by one person. Besides her, the number of people on this island is exactly the same as it was in the previous games.
Exactly the same as it was in previous games. Now, you can just refuse to do this if you want, but have we ever had it figured out whether Kinzo being dead means he counts as a person or not?
I'm pretty sure they established that at the end of 4 that if he's dead, it removes the total. It puts the total down because I believe,
Okay.
if I remember right, they were like, there are 17 people. They said it in red, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Because that was going to be my next line of thinking was there was always one more than Kinzo actually being there, so there was always another person on the island. But okay, so everyone had an alibi and it wasn't Natsuhi. So then it has to be, and Erika can't be the murderer because the detective can't be the murderer. That was said in red. So then how could it have been done? Has these ones been confirmed that they're all homicides?
I'm checking.
Because, I mean, we could use the accident argument. I feel like it's a really weak argument, though, but...
Morning of tragedy. I don't know. I'm not seeing it.
Okay. So that's a
Yeah.
possibility, perhaps, in there, is that somehow the murders were accidents that coincidentally happened all at the same time within the same frame. Or maybe they weren't accidents, but they were pre-planned to happen by someone. Has it ever been said that the murderer is alive? Has it been said in Reddit that the murderer has to be alive?
I don't think so.
Could be something perhaps pre-planned by maybe Kenzo. Use the argument that Kenzo's the murderer post-mortem, perhaps.
Maybe.
Or any of them who died post-mortem. They could have been the murderers, perhaps. Okay. Okay, so those are all possibilities. Those are all openings. Let's see if they get filled.
Yeah. Actually, the amount of red has been relatively sparse in this. Well, the thing is, a lot of it was used for Kinzo's study, so...
Assuming
Which
that's...
doesn't really help for the rest of it. Yeah, I just saw that part. It's really funny to look at in just like a transcription style. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Actually, I should probably leave that open just in case. Yeah, okay.
You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushiromi and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At 2400 on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiromi Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Let me tack something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between 2400 and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushiromi and Natsuhi.
It keeps Vine booming.
From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, Endless Witch, this Court of Illusions hereby denies your existence.
Battler, you gotta get in here, bub.
You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you can do that, Natsuhi will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty. And the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
Even if her alibi is not proven, I believe in Natsuhi's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof.
The truth is known only by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiromiya family. My determination will not bend, no matter how you try to humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushiromiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal!
Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambdadelta's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lambdadelta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it had happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true.
Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open.
What do you mean?
Stop it, Lady Bernkastel. Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wished for? The truth and Natsuhi's should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please.
Natsuhi, when did Kenzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kenzo from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Kenzo. Not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest.
You didn't have to say it.
When that heartless announcement was made, Kenzo stood up.
Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsuhi!
Just shut up and disappear, you miserable delusion of Natsuhi's.
You cannot erase me! You cannot erase my soul! Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsuhi's heart!
That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kenzo wouldn't say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Kenzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by Natsuhi to suit her own purposes.
A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kenzo over and over again as he screamed. Then, he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kenzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right. The true Kenzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kenzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. But of course, Kenzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kenzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kenzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was a phantom,
created by Natsuhi. Pitiful woman. You will now face the truth that you never gained Ushiromiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
What?
Natsuhi. Don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushiromiya family to you, right?
No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello, or met her gaze even once. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushiromiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushiromiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into, despite it all. The very few happy days among these. All of these flittered through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Bernkastel's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth.
That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuno Erika. What do you think, everyone?
Lambdadelta clapped. Then, a bit later, Bernkastel also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Battler? No? No Battler? We're... Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. I was onto something. And with no one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people.
Whoa, whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is.
It was you! You killed George, killed my husband! Why? Why?
I didn't kill anyone. I didn't.
In a panic, with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, and Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it.
She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it one more time.
You are the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsuhi and grabbed her by the collar. Then wordlessly, she slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron, which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsuhi. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Eva planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over.
Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer!
Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsuhi, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Eva kicked Natsuhi, and kicked her. Then, she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup, a can of black tea, whose leaves fell out all over. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Eva kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have protected her, and even Kenzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished, like a bubble, in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. So she was now the true culprit. Eva's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently, her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted her shoulder and made Eva take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate Natsuhi, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The who-done-it, and the how-done-it. The final riddle, the why-done-it, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. The why-done-it refers to the motive. If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
I am not the culprit. Someone believe me. I just had my husband taken hostage, was threatened, and fell into a trap.
Natsuhi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone. But no one met her gaze, because it had already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambdadelta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi and had woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuhi's, to the culprit's, words.
Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rokkenjima's night and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi? Acknowledge me. I committed all the crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit.
The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided.
No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, born when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, great Lady Lambdadelta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth. Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. You've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is. I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambdadelta doesn't acknowledge it. I'm a witch. Oh, sure. But you wouldn't even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep, this is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again?
Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the goat's dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you.
One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats.
That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning. Yep. Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly.
Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time.
Then perhaps refusing your request will be my final strike back at you.
Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who's just said some tired line like that. Fall, Beatrice.
The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by devouring her flesh. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Bernkastel's amusement. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, Her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling in her death throes. Took you long enough. Then, the sea of goats parted. Except for Ronald. Oh, it's Dlanor.
Ronald.
Dlanor, leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Dlanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
What's this supposed to be? Dlanor, Inquisitor of Heresy?
My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushiromiya Battler.
Oh, this is another goated. This one is Resurrected Replayer.
All of the goats stared at Battler. All of the goats!
There's my goat right there.
What is unsatisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial?
Gah! I get it. Dlanor is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd be all over. And now, I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how, I'm unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what that truth is.
There is nothing that is not healed with time, and there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth that cannot be reached within that limited time cannot become truth.
Yeah, I know that! By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi's the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aunt Ava's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already 2400 at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Dlanor. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating that red.
Why the uncertain face? How pathetic.
Damn it. I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have a plan at all.
It's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overrides what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere.
You know who said that?
No.
Anja said that.
Oh,
last
she did!
game. In retort to Beatrice.
That's right. I forgot about that. There's just been so much that's happened.
I know.
Now, this is a splendid scenario, Dlanor. It just wouldn't be interesting unless a knight appears before the princess's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go. As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Bernkastel. I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Dlanor A. Nox. Step forward, Ushiromiya battler.
I love that sprite.
Damn it. I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you! The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambdadelta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty.
Begin, battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice?
Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce.
No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup.
Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Dlanor's chest. However, Dlanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest.
I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, battler-son?
Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
This is packing tape, and its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced in 3 places. Across the tear point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach, too.
Permission to unsheath the red key. Granted.
They were prepared for even that move. It's crazy.
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible.
I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. However, an Eva's seal on Genji-san's room should be different.
Eva's seal was the same type as Miss Erika's. That is because this method of sealing was the one that Miss Erika and Eva conceived together after dinner.
Erika said something about a scientific investigation and fish through the chemicals in grandfather's room, right? I mean, I feel like that's a character for this moment. There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks.
Hey,
Please allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks.
hello everybody.
Please allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals.
Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it.
Yes, gladly. All of Erika and Eva's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off.
Damn it! Damn you. Using packing tape like that leaves marks all over the place. Dlanor isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erika and her master Bernkastel, and even Lambdadelta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing.
Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got.
If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsuhi's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Damn it, I don't know anything!
Do you have any chance of winning?
I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it?
I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate.
I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise.
Liar. I'll never trust your promises again.
Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you? And what was the lie? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Battler.
Sin.
Uh-oh, Battler. Uh-oh, Battler.
To hear you say that, it might not be so bad. Kill us, Bernkastel, Lambdadelta.
Stereotypical man says something that he has in no way any knowledge is going to horribly affect the woman's mental state.
Yep. Only he knew.
Beato let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Badler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely, like a broken record.
Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler.
Kill me, Dlanor. Slice me in half with that red longsword of yours. Yeah.
Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead someone to the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erika claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erika was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it.
Uh-oh.
Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As the detective, Miss Erika sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erika cannot find.
You gotta work harder than that.
I present the possibility that Erika's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erika spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed by through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erika seeing them.
Please allow me to speak. Lady Erika's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second.
Please allow me to speak. Therefore, during the entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor.
But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa. Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it.
Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erika has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in.
Aunt Natsuhi was being threatened by someone. The uninvited, unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure we're the only ones on the island? The true culprit is someone else.
Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut appear on someone's neck when they die. That type of murder has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi.
Nox's fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard-to-understand scientific devices to be used.
There's a chance there existed a murder device X in the cousin room and Genji-san's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hadn't been discovered, and
Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
anyway, there exists a culprit other than Aunt Natsuhi. If you want to deny that, try and repeat it in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprit.
Nox's sixth. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuhi has an alibi? You're forgetting one person. Who's gonna prove that Erika herself has an alibi?
Nox's seventh. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities? Like if a piece of evidence X that Erika hasn't discovered proves Natsuhi's innocence?
Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsuhi. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths.
Nox's ninth. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard.
I was the culprit, so maybe I gave George Henneke and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after 2400, then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erika wouldn't hear.
Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit.
Please allow me to speak. All victims' deaths were homicides.
Okay, well, there goes that. Erika didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining corpses.
Please allow me to speak. Know that no examination of the corpses could have been mistaken.
Then maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims.
Know that no corpses exist except those of characters who have appeared in the story.
Then, how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever?
Know that the red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence or proof.
He tried.
What the... Damn it! In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Aunt Natsuhi is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Each time I brandished my desperate blue truths, Dlanor and the others' red truths knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me I'm about to surrender? To the truth where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit? That red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Dlanor smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox.
Hee hee.
Beato.
That's enough, Battler. Now the endless torture that torments me, no, us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths.
Gah. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty as the ruler of the Golden Land, her enthusiasm as my rival, are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at.
Does your truth no longer exist?
No. I have one last thing. Tiny bombs.
Yeah.
And that is a different truth, where Natsuhi isn't the culprit.
That's not it. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way.
Why?
I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness and there might still be room for you to exist.
Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity.
At this point, the game master is Lambdadelta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the Depths of Oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion, and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm gonna disappear, aren't I? However, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually, someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all.
Don't leave me the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else.
Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler.
Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsuhi-san's sin. These guys really are interesting. Beatrice, Ushiromiya Battler.
But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Do it, Dlanor. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now, in your last moments.
Ugh. Ah! It's small, but it's a sparkling red truth. The last trump card Vergilia gave me. Erika, this takes your theory back to square one.
If you can, why not go ahead?
Take this! Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit! The red truth is simply the truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make Dlanor stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make.
Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
Huh? My red truth was blown away by Dlanor's red longsword.
In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, we'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika has been following this procedure, right?
True. Erika hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Bernkastel, a witch, repeat her statements.
Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it is in reasoning.
Well, then you could say the exact same thing about everything Erika just said.
It's no better than a random thought.
In that case, if I have Vergilia say the same red truth, where is Vergilia?
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that?
No. It's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. Without any basis or evidence.
See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler.
Come, battler. Prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye.
Then, goodbye. Sorry, Beato.
Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a bloodstained tale. But it was fun.
The trial is now finished. Finished. Finished, 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 finished. Die the death! Sentenced to death! Great Equalizer is the death!
With that, the trial for the fifth game ended. The detective, Furudo Erika, accused the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? As previously stated, it is Ushiromiya Natsuhi. The second is the howdunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between 2400 on October 4th, 1986, and 1 o'clock the next day, Ushiromiya Natsuhi went to the cousin's room on the second floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the first floor of the mansion. There she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Dlanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he stood still. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral's center laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Dlanor.
Ah!
Rest in peace, Ushiromiya Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this.
Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Dlanor stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylight.
Court's adjourned.
And then, there is the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle. The why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when all's said and done. However, Furudo Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Natsuhi was being confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gazes. Then, Erika made use of everyone to diligently search all places, even Natsuhi's room, for clues about her motive.
Well, now that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furudo Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now.
Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuhi's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
First, these are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuhi-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushiromiya family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
How barbaric. Reading another person's diary.
If we're barbaric, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy.
And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsuhi-san ended up married to Cross-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsuhi-san and Cross-san were not married because of love, or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage.
That is not true!
This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushiromiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way... Natsuhi-san, right here, you've already acknowledged that you are a hostage. Kumasawa-san, you've served Natsuhi-san since the first time she came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at that time? Yes, it's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now, only Dr. Nanjo and I know the details regarding Madame's marriage.
Very true. That was during Kinzo-san's golden era, when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsuhi-san's family was one of those enemies.
As though the time to talk had suddenly come at hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It has been said that though Kinzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge after being looked down upon by members in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushiromiya family's status. Then, he overcame Natsuhi's family in a financial struggle and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsuhi. Natsuhi had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So, that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning.
Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of the diaries. Therefore, since the time Natsuhi-san first took the name Ushiromiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushiromiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi-san? Do you acknowledge this?
All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsuhi.
Yes, it is true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me.
I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diary showing that Pasan knew of her difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsuhi-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt.
Wait! Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning. Back when I was still overwhelmed with unease. I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote of my distrust from time to time. But I eventually realized he was sincere and I grew to accept his feelings.
Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
I never even wrote it down! Those feelings were so secret!
Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despised your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings, as you claim.
I loved my husband!
You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right?
Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love?
You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you? Who would believe that when spoken with the white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it.
Well, now you've created a paradox, Erika.
You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the truth or the heart of truth.
Okay, so we're just going back to episode 2. We're episode 2 maxing, where nothing is true ever for any reason at all.
What was it Rosa said again? It was like, they'll be proven innocent when they're dead?
Yep.
Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you.
What a pitiful person. I see that you've never truly loved someone.
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder.
No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it, that is the truth.
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Ushiromiya family.
That's right! I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain.
Okay, say in red that you loved your family, Ava. Yeah, that's
She's
right,
not
you
on the-
can't. No, it doesn't
She's not
matter.
on trial.
Stupid dumb
She's not
bitch.
on trial right now. She's not on trial, buddy.
I don't give a shit. If nothing's it's not true that she's not on trial. Can you say it in red? Yeah.
I can't say anything in red.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it's not true that she's not
Can
on
you-
trial.
Can you say it in red that she can't say it in red?
I can't, but that doesn't negate that she's not on
That
trial.
means that means it doesn't happen. That
No,
means
it doesn't.
happen.
No, it doesn't.
Nope. Nope, doesn't happen. You can't say it in red, it doesn't happen.
Oh, and you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back?
Damn it, you killed my husband! How dare you say that? Die! Die and apologize to my husband!
Please cease your violence, Ava-san. This is not the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay? Well then, over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life. But in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing at all about her deciding to take revenge.
Don't act like you know what I'm thinking!
Each time Erika read Natsuhi's diaries, one after another, she exposed more of Natsuhi's emotions during those painful days. Natsuhi hadn't written them to leave those Natsuhi hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsuhi's true, hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsuhi was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim. By this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsuhi's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsuhi might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of, about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been painted over by a false truth, in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pin of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erika.
And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer! Murderer!
Stop that! I can understand how Natsuhi-san felt.
I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing.
I think she's just one of the pitiable victims of father's wild life.
I knew of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed. And look what has happened.
I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate.
Thanks, Canon.
You will, someday. It can become a reason to live, and also a reason to kill.
Thanks for your input, Shannon.
Is Aunt Natsuhi really the culprit?
Well, now that you mention it, there's just one person besides Natsuhi-san that might be the culprit.
What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner?
Natsuhi-san, the truth is, there's one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim you weren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit.
Huh? Who is it? Who?
Ushiromiya Kinzo-san.
Oh. This song is called The Bread of Life.
Jesus?
That's what I was thinking. I thought it had to have been a misspell of Breath of Life, but nope, it's in Japanese, and that definitely says Sei no Pan.
Interesting.
Early this morning, Kinzo-san went outside through the window of the third-floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Battler-san? Just like Natsuhi-san, Kinzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize.
She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in as unpleasant a manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her first defeat in the study battle.
Natsuhi-san, you gained Kinzo-san's trust in the person who served closest to him, right? So, shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head, carried out by Ushiromiya Kinzo-san.
You dare call father a criminal?
Don't worry. I've prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it if Kinzo-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since the late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
I won't let you treat father like the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, calm down. Place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored.
In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. However,
I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushiromiya family by father. Did you really think that I would defile father's honor? The Ushiromiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me?
of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo-san, then this time it really will be clear that you are the culprit. And that will become the truth, right?
If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I am sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it.
If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushiromiya family's honor. And Natsuhi.
And I even gave you a chance.
Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you. Not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsuhi had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so, I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity.
If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, you will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi-san.
Erika has probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death. But as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago. And in this 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof. And that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsuhi herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. Battler hung suspended by Dlanor's red longsword. Beato had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remained.
So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on the island?
That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement.
The Red Truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Bern?
Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the Red. I want to win by forcing Natsuhi to say she's resigned.
Then why don't you try it? Show us what you've got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory.
Of course. Natsuhi, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct?
Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes.
Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from 2400 until the morning absolutely clear. From 2400 until the morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room.
Huh? Oh, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right, totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going.
From now on, I'll use the word Kenzo to refer to the living Kenzo. After all, Natsuhi claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kenzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika?
Yes, my master. I searched for Kenzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him.
Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kenzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kenzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Bernkastel repeated that truth of Erika's.
Kenzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsuhi. If Kenzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kenzo might be hiding?
How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and try the rain off.
From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor.
Oh, I remember this now.
No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in.
I just love teasing pieces like you. Then, let us continue.
For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kenzo-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So first off, I performed an extensive search of the third floor, where the study is.
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of Dad on the third floor.
So then, where is he, Natsuhi-san?
I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
Ah, yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room. Every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search.
Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere.
I'll say it again. Where is Kenzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
In that case, he was probably on the first floor or the second floor.
I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the first floor. And the result?
Nothing. We were unable to find Father.
I'll say it again. Where was Kenzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding?
Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kenzo-san was hiding?
Madam knows where Kenzo was hiding?
Oh, bless you. Oh, God
Uh.
bless you.
I'm allergic to Goda.
Same. Mine's more like a puffy rash. That's insane.
That can't be true.
Both Shannon and Canon knew that Kenzo was already dead. So they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsuhi.
Kenzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kenzo isn't on the third floor. Kenzo isn't in the basement. Kenzo isn't on the first floor. Therefore, the only place Kenzo could possibly exist is the second floor.
I accept that red truth. Natsuhi, Kenzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know.
Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire second floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms.
Yes, my master. That Natsuhi-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this.
No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation.
Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, and go up to the second floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all.
So, you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding?
Stop saying that! How many times do I have to say that I don't know?
Natsuhi-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san at this rate, right?
What?
Of course, Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth.
In that case, this search will end in the room at the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that?
He isn't on the third floor, or the first floor, or the basement, and he isn't in any of the rooms in the second floor, except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was Himple's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was...
Oh.
Which room was at the end of the corridor again?
Lambdadelta was munching on a refill of popcorn.
That's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambdadelta.
In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room. Do I need to say it in red?
Of course!
Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room.
Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room.
Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim Father is hiding?
In a rage, Natsuhi unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen.
Do you see Father anywhere in here? Look!
I see. Looks like he isn't there. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window?
If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Bernkastel didn't want to win by cornering Natsuhi with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsuhi to accept a humiliating resignation.
I have not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time. I've been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between 2400 in the morning. And no such signs have existed. In other words, from 2400 until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room. And that was Natsuhi's room.
It means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's Phantom inside Natsuhi's room.
Hey, Natsuhi-san? This means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night between 2400 and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Natsuhi's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could only have existed in Natsuhi's room.
A plea bargain. Hey, Natsuhi. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kenzo the culprit. Call the Ushiromiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head.
Father is innocent. I cannot call Father a criminal.
She's refused the deal. Okay, Bern, do it.
During the night between 2400 and morning, there exists no place for a living Kenzo to exist except inside your bed.
What? And... What do you mean by that?
After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kenzo did not exist anywhere in this room between 2400 and morning. However, your bed is the only exception.
A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsuhi completely forgot to close her open mouth.
Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably at about 2300, Kenzo-san escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into your bed in your room. And as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
I'll repeat it. From 2400 until morning, a living Kenzo could only have existed inside Natsuhi's bed, and last night Natsuhi also slept in that same bed.
Wow, look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other you slept sharing the same pillow?
Blue truth. Therefore, it is suspected that Ushiromiya Natsuhi and Ushiromiya Kenzo had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and woman share the same bed all night long?
How rude! To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much! I won't allow you to say such things!
Natsuhi, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So, I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least, I will if you can show me convincing proof.
How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Damn it!
Natsuhi tried to attack Erika, but Eva pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything.
How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushiromiya family, you first came to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kenzo-san.
I never did anything of the sort! I have never given my body to anyone except my husband!
I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kenzo-san. After all, last night you went to say goodnight to Kenzo-san, with just the two of you alone in his study, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse.
Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Kokoda? Shannon? Was it Eva-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? Ah!
I've received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now.
Hey, Natsuhi. Looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kenzo wasn't there, okay?
That's right. You sure are stubborn, Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists?
This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushiromiya family, which Father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. I will protect Father and my husband's honor. That is my mission.
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait.
He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsuhi's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsuhi to protect that honor.
As Natsuhi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Bernkastel and Erika had weaved.
By my name as the Game Master, Lambdadelta, I acknowledge Lady Bernkastel as the victor of this game! If anyone has any objections, state your name now!
Of course, there were none. All of those who might have objected had been erased.
No objections! Bern, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is! Now you must weave up the fragment of the truth!
Sure, I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did warn Natsuhi to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right?
That was all one same chapter. Oh my gosh. The Great Court of Illusions. Where are you at?
What do you mean, where am I at?
What are your thoughts on this?
The Lord has told me to be a kind man, but I'm struggling.
Why?
More hate has entered my heart today than ever before in my life, I think.
For whom?
Several individuals.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Ushiromiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsuhi, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Ushiromiyas, schemed to capture the Ushiromiya family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. What about, do we not get page 1 and 2? Knowing that the wealth of the Ushiromiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7. Oh, we're skipping over. Okay. From Bernkastel's docs, page 682. Okay. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuhi repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusions, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsuhi and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in the guise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. From the trial synopsis, page 8, from presented evidence number 17, from Bernkastel docs, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Ushiromiya Badler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Badler should succeed the headship, so Natsuhi planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Badler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From the trial synopsis, page 27, from supplemental materials B, page 61, from Bernkastel docs, page 1103. The following outlines, the details of the crime. 2400, October 4th, 1986, Natsuhi decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. From the trial synopsis, page 40. From supplemental material S, page 8. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1105. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974.
I got no idea.
Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From supplemental material S, page 10. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1131. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsuhi left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From supplemental materials S, page 29. From Bernkastel docs, page 1200. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. From the trial synopsis, page 42. From supplemental materials S, page 37. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Natsuhi, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. From trial synopsis, page 58. From supplemental materials T, page 19. From Bernkastel docs, page 1348. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsuhi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered that room. From the trial synopsis, page 61. From supplemental materials T, page 26. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsuhi once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsuhi's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Furudo Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. From the trial synopsis, page 63. From supplementary materials T, page 32. From presented evidence number 26. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1348. From Lambdadelta docs, line 7. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. From GC internal docs, first subsection U99, number 0107. From GC official notice number 01724434.
I'm gonna have to look this up afterwards. I don't know what the heck the significance of all those are.
GC official notice number 01724434. Due to the result of illusion trial number 0147-007982, 2400 October 5th, 1986, we announce that the following has been determined. That Ushiromiya Natsuhi did admit to her crime. For 13 months following this announcement, related docs may be pursued at the Great Court Legal Offices Document Management Center, first subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Dlanor, A. Knox.
Okay, never mind. That seems to solve a lot of it.
Then let's all assume that I did it. Okay? That's what you want me to say, right?
As though she'd given up and decided it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, and Natsuhi screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Ushiromiya family, Natsuhi just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsuhi's own doing, Uncle Kraus, and even her beloved daughter Jessica, had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for these last few years has been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, grandfather might truly have believed Aunt Natsuhi was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsuhi's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away?
Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right?
Aunt Natsuhi sobbed as she spoke.
This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago.
This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsuhi kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago.
I'm sure that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right?
Natsuhi-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does.
Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsuhi looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin.
I committed murder.
So, you finally acknowledged your crime directly.
No, this is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago.
The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago.
19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby.
Baby? Now what are you talking about?
On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt a child, and he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman?
With a mix of conflicting emotions, of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsuhi confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart.
And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day, marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then, we faced the cliff from across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it down into the rocky beach far below me, I could undo it all, I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that, and lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. No. I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out with both hands, I reached for the servant's shoulder and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and a very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory.
And then?
For an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over, so I didn't know whether their fall, or the few seconds before that, had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall that I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what happened to the baby, and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up, and the official story was that the servant had an accident on her own and died. That's right. I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age. And I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive. And you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For those 19 years, you knew that the one person you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now, you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and my daughter, and I've lost even my honor, and am being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It went all according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough? For your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh.
After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up.
Can you hear me? You, the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me.
It's useless, isn't it?
Huh?
Bedler-san, did you say something?
It's all useless.
Peddler-kun?
Yeah, it's useless, isn't it? It's all useless.
That's the end of episode 5.
Ushiromiya Kenzo died before the game started. Kraus died on the first twilight. Natsuhi, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Jessica died on the first twilight. Eva, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Hideyoshi died on the second twilight. George died on the first twilight. Rudolph, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Kyrie, alive at time of suspension. Rosa died on the first twilight. Maria died on the first twilight. Nanjo, sorry, I was confused by the lack of Ushiromiya, alive at time of game suspension. Genji died on the first twilight. Shannon, alive at the time of the game suspension. Kanon, alive at time of suspension. Goda, alive at time of suspension. Kumasawa, alive at time of suspension. Virgilia, nothing. Ronove, nothing. Gop, nothing. Gertrude, Cornelia, Lucifer. Are we gonna go through all the 7 stakes? Yep.
Yeah,
Leviathan, Satan, Belphegor, Mammon, Beelzebub,
You foul witch.
Asmodeus, Shyster 00, Shyster 410, Shyster 45. All of the goats! Oh, 5th game, end of the Golden Witch. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru, Nocturne of Truth and Illusions.
But you know as well as I do, this is not the real end of the episode.
Of course it's not the real end. Even if it doesn't pull us in right now, we have a tea party to go to.
My question to you is, how badly do you want trouble?
More than anything I've wanted in the world.
Okay, it's gonna be a lot. I'm able to. I have nothing to do tonight.
Neither do I.
Okay, well then at least let me get a drink.
Same, but I'll let you go first and talk to the
Okay.
audience while you're gone. Oh, audience. Just when I'm almost gone, they pull me back in. They pull me back in, audience. Oh my goodness. So the entire time, now Battler finally has a path because of Natsuhi putting forward the fact that the man from 19 years ago could exist. So he's gonna fight. The game has been suspended, but not ended. It's not over till it's over. Whew. Those witches are really living up to their names, huh? I mentioned it earlier, very briefly, when we were talking about Pertuset, and it slipped out just a little bit. It slipped out just a little bit there. Kind of faux anger. I was playing it up a little bit in the moment, with the thing. Oh gosh, Erika, when she was accusing Natsuhi really hard. I was playing it up just a little bit because you guys know I've done the whole shtick of like I'm Natsuhi's #1 fan. But even so, even with me playing it up, there is a little bit of truth behind that illusion. Fits with the theme of the game. Those witches and Erika are actually getting to me. They're making me a little bit angry.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm back. I did also pee. That's why it took me a minute.
Okay. I should be like 2 seconds, but I just talked about basically how I felt with the ending of the episode and what I think is gonna happen going into the tea party. So.
Okay,
I'll be
we'll
back
talk a
in
little
5
bit when you
seconds.
get back. Yep. Well, I don't know what he said. And honestly, well, we'll see. I probably won't be bothered enough to look it up because he and I will probably just talk about it later. Like, I could rewind or I could watch it after the stream's done, but it's alright. We'll talk about it. Oh, audience, again, if you're new to this, I don't know if you are at this point. You're probably not, but I'm already familiar with all this. I knew this was coming. So, yeah, this is a rough part. Welcome back.
Yep.
So, before we jump in, yeah,
Yeah.
what do you...
Well, I was just briefly explaining it to the audience before you came back.
Yep.
And I said, you know, I was playing it up a little bit because that's my shtick that I've had since episode 1 is I'm Natsuhi's #1 fan. So I was playing up the anger a little bit, but I said, specifically, word for word, what I said when you were gone is, there is some truth behind the illusion this time. Those witches are getting to me just a little bit, man. They're making me upset, and I can't do anything about it. I can't.
As they should. That's the point of them. They should be making you feel insignificant, and you should be hating them for it.
Ugh. And
don't know,
Erika as an extension of Bernkastel, obviously, but I
Well-
feel like she still falls under that category of witch in that case.
Unless you're based, you should hate Erika from beginning to finish, honestly. But I have a very complicated relationship with this episode.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think how to say it. Like, clearly, throughout the entire episode, we're made to be sympathetic with Natsuhi. If you are not sympathetic with her, you're very Erika-like, right?
Yeah.
Which is not good.
No.
And then while I do sympathize with the fact that she was hiding information for good cause, she was nevertheless hiding information.
No, that was something that, yeah, I was going to talk about that, is
To her last breath.
if I were her, I probably would have bit the bullet and told the family that I was being manipulated, but I'm not her, obviously. And Natsuhi is very, very, very honor-driven.
Yeah,
And headstrong with it. to obviously to her detriment, as we have seen in this pretty much this entire episode has been.
Yep.
Many problems would not have happened if she just wasn't so honor-driven and headstrong because of it. So yeah, no, because that's what I posited right after you left. Is I am assuming what has occurred here is Natsuhi revealing this has revealed a pathway basically for Battler to fight back now by positing the existence of this man from 19 years ago. And that's how Battler's going to be able to bring back around and go on the attack and, you know, at the very least make a draw so that we can get to episode 6. So, yeah, if this information had been revealed long, long ago, it would have meant so many different things for the episode, but obviously that hasn't happened, so.
Yeah, it's just... I feel very conflicted with Natsuhi. She's good, but I just wish she'd...
I love her for even with all of her faults.
Yeah. Oh, I feel bad for her more than anything else because she just couldn't... Well, she could do something. She just chose not to. You know what I mean?
Regardless of the path she took in this episode, she would have felt the same way at the end of every episode. She would have been entirely like depressed and distraught because either she gives up the family honor, which would crush her, or this happens, which crushes her. So it was just Natsuhi can't win the episode.
True, but it kept getting worse.
Yeah.
Because she refused to give in. Like
Yeah.
most people have like a breaking point when they make the insinuation between Kinzo and Natsuhi. Because that's really frigged up.
Yep.
And there's no way for them to there was no way for her to deny it in the moment. So
Yep.
like they say in this, I don't know exactly the wordage that they use, but like a truth that everyone accepts becomes the truth, or the
Exactly.
perceived truth, or something like that.
Yep. Oh, hey. Absolute one.
Hey,
in the
Absolute
chat.
One.
Who's the man from 19 years ago? Then Battler can't argue anything if he can't come up with another truth. It could be posited that the man from 19 years ago is one of the people at the conference. Perhaps.
We will see.
Well, we know that Battler's mother isn't actually his mother.
Yeah.
So maybe the man from 19 years ago is Battler. Who knows?
Maybe it is.
That could be an argument.
They do
But at
have
the
the
same
same
time,
voice actor.
they're doing the quadrillion thing too. They keep saying one specific phrase in this episode, and it's making me latch onto it, and I don't know if I should be or not. But they keep bringing up only the people in this parlor exist on the island right now. And it's making me wonder if there is someone in that parlor that we are not being informed exists in that parlor. We are being kept information from that there is another person in that parlor somewhere. They haven't checked under those couches. They haven't checked. So like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Kinzo exists nowhere except for in your chair. No.
Yeah, like there could be just another person. That argument is not necessarily refuted yet.
We will see.
So
I feel like I've what do you call it? I've
But
don't know.
good question, Absolute One. Good thing to bring up. I suppose we're about to see, though.
Yeah, I've gotten out my system decompressing. That's what I was looking for. I decompressed from the end there, so I'm ready for the tea parties.
Yeah.
Tea parties.
That was a very frustrating episode, much in the same way that 3 was frustrating for all the Maria stuff.
Yeah. This was meant to be frustrating.
Yeah.
It was.
It's the opener to the game. You're
Yeah.
supposed to you had a nice little wrap up with the end of Answers arcs, and things were looking hopeful. They had to remind you that no, that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, they do that every episode. Every odd numbered episode is the you feel angry, and every even numbered episode is the you feel sad.
All right, let's get
But-
back into it. Tea party.
Yeah.
You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokkenjima? It's been pretty rough so far.
It's the Rick and Morty meme. Just a quick
One
20-minute read in and out.
Or 20-minute read in and out. The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Also, the achievement I got for completing episode 5 was called The Answer. Just in case anyone was wondering.
Ugh. Yeah, also, that whole episode just showed the true brutality of those two witches.
Yes.
If ever you doubted it, if you ever were like, oh, they're not as bad as like Beatrice, right?
They're worse.
Nope. Yeah.
Erika, Dlanor,
Yes, my master.
you called. I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Expose the naked truth thoroughly.
Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Furudo Erika, cannot solve.
Of course. That's why you're my piece, my double.
Bernkastel wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erika shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results in all the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erika.
It is possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Natsuhi as the criminal, or with certain irregularities based off that theme.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Even the one where Ava straight up point blank shoots Battler?
Mm-hmm.
I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once and then present a first-rate tale to you.
I mean, I guess they could pull the it was Natsuhi disguised as Ava. And then she pretends to be Ava for literally the rest of her life.
That or it's the based off of that theme, and in this case it's just Ava instead of Natsuhi.
Oh, okay.
You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's Legend of the Witch behind.
Oh my gosh.
The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events as though that legend was the cause, the illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo. Deal with all of them completely.
This is just Burns' way of getting rid of her for like 10 million years.
Mm-hmm.
This.
Of course. I'll get to it right away. We now have the furniture in custody.
Oh! Isn't that just like a furniture store?
We're hurrying to identify their vessels.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied.
That's much worse after episode 4, knowing what that means.
Einzern Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aide has been sent to the location. The 1960s? The 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA? Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it?
According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult.
Because they deceive millionaires. Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details.
So Ushiromiya Kinzo was a sucker who'd pay big bucks for any fake occult object.
And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are? That's hilarious. A total sham. Just like Beato's illusion of the witch.
Though they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap, fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop.
Paperweights! Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet.
They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away. And let them know that they're mere paperweights, worth less than $30 US.
I'd pay more than 30.
When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch, with some of the best black tea and dried plums.
You would.
Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them? And what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution.
An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public.
This is an inspection by the great Lady Bernkastel, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the great court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work.
We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronove, and Gap into custody as well. The Shyster Sister Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those three connected to Beatrice.
Dlanor, what is the true nature of the Shyster sisters? We believe there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has formed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases.
I'm looking forward to the Shyster Sisters' execution too. One at a time, or all of them at once?
No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time.
Exactly. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and the witches, one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day.
Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concept. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new, from east and west every day. The rules state that the method of execution is to follow Great Court regulations.
Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show.
Oh, and you'd better quarter at least one of them.
Of course. I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries, from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king.
I'd like to think up some execution methods myself. Pondering that will be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon.
Certainly, my master. Then, we'll have the Bernkastel Style 1 as the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with that finest of executions that she desires, the execution of Beatrice.
Thank you, Erika. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. You're just perfect. My piece, my double, and my adorable daughter.
Your words are too good for me, my master.
Erika, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that, and eat it. Then, I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame.
Oh, are we gonna get it? Hey, there it is.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor.
You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you be made the master of this sealed-off Rokkenjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Bernkastel, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erika, the Witch of Truth.
The Witch of Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted.
Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled.
Dlanor, continue to aid Erika, and report on her progress to me.
As you wish.
By the way, where's Lambda?
She is over there.
From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambdadelta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword.
Ushiromi a battler. You were an interesting guy. And you might have become even more interesting. But too bad.
What a wonderful way to die. Erika, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it.
Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful. Really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. It would be wonderful if you decorated him all cute. Yes, Lady Lambdadelta. I will strive to answer to your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch. Though, it'll just be for a while. I'll welcome you as a friend.
Erika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master.
In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuffed, too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her.
Galaxy Express?
The one that isn't Night on the...
You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it strange that humans who obtained eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate.
After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well, in the truest sense.
Where'll you go next? I'll bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right?
That's because I don't want to let you get bored.
Thanks, Bern. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again.
You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you. Love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years. If ever.
That's okay. The sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other.
The third man?
No, children of paradise, of course.
If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky.
Oh, not bad.
The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility, and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully.
Erika, new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right?
Yes, it's the 6th game.
Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master.
Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one.
Oh? Already? Then let me hear it. What kind of a title is it?
Yes, episode 6. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. Episode 6. Checkmate of the Golden Witch.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Okay. I got an achievement for the tea party called Checkmate. All right. What's going on into question mark?
Yeah, that was simple. Now it's gonna be not simple.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human.
That's me.
That's me. This is our tea party. It's for us. It's my hole. It looks specifically like me.
I don't like tea.
I like tea.
I'm drinking Dr. Beba.
I'm not drinking tea right now.
Yeah.
In the cathedral, devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the 4th game. Well, it was more from like below for her. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Damn you, Umineko.
What?
He stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Dlanor's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. You don't like want that back? You don't.
Nah, I don't need it.
This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral. Bro.
Yeah.
From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. Don't hit me with the music. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddied over with gray. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was, surprisingly, walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, she slowly touched Badler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Badler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then, she quietly whispered,
You liar.
Beato softly touched Badler. Then she pressed her forehead against Badler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So, from now on, Badler would never return. So, from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist.
Thank you, liar. Goodbye. And sorry.
Then, the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Dlanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. A recollection from Badler's memory, which Dlanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Dlanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land.
It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back.
Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got.
I promise. With everything I've got.
Dlanor. Huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying, the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Ringing?
I was gonna say, why did the tips menu go off? I was gonna say, is that gonna appear in tips? What do we got?
Have we read these?
I don't think so.
All right, here we go. Einzern Jungfrau, one of the repentance enforcement agencies supervised by the Great Court of Heaven. Its area jurisdiction is the 7th District. It's made up of 7 inquisitors of heresy, with the first-class Archbishop Dlanor at their head, and several assistant inquisitors. This body is tasked with performing heresy interrogations, carrying out executions, and sometimes bestowing redemption. However, in almost all cases, the Great Court of Heaven considers sending them only after the completion of a heresy interrogation and a tentative guilty verdict, so they are, practically speaking, no different than an execution squad. Their spectacular achievements are great in number, and they are extremely well known, even among the other agencies. Other famous enforcement agencies include the SSVD of the 8th District. It is rumored that this group's leader, Wizard Hunting Right, is also known as the 20 Wedges, is even more powerful than Dlanor. I got hung up on this line right here.
Which one?
And sometimes bestowing redemption.
Oh, sorry. I don't see your cursor on this. Yeah.
Why they feel the need to include that?
I don't know, man.
The red key. Sorry, it didn't. Einzern Jungfrau is not... Okay, there it goes. It wasn't stopping being red.
Oh.
A weapon for emergencies used by official inquisitors of heresy belonging to Einzern Jungfrau, Dlanor's primary weapon. Unlike a normal weapon, whose purpose is to cause physical damage, this special tool is known as a conceptual weapon and is used to deny the existence of concepts.
Dang.
It has more than 2 pages. Regardless of whether the target is physical, mental, or conceptual, it is impossible to use any defensive concepts such as physical barriers, mental quarantine, or conceptual inheritance to defend against this weapon. Because the concepts themselves are denied, even the concept of resisting an attack does not exist, and it is impossible for the target to endure regardless of their stamina. Furthermore, all supernatural methods of buying time, such as teleportation, time reversal, revivals, and inheritance, are impossible. Because
Alright, when are we gonna get this in like a death battle? Because no one talks about this level of power scaling.
Well, I don't know if we ever would, because it would just win.
Exactly, but that's the thing is people always do the can they beat Goku? Where's the can they beat the red key?
Yeah. Because denials of concepts conform to verdict procedures dictated by the Great Court, all future concepts that disobey them will be denied automatically. In addition, when the red key operates within a complete barrier, all concepts of evasion cannot be successful. Defense is impossible. Evasion is impossible. Buying time is impossible. This alternate? I think that's supposed to be ultimate?
Yeah, it looks like there's almost like a dead pixel or something. You see that?
That's definitely an RN, but it looks like
so
it should
weird.
be an M.
Whoops.
This ultimate conceptual weapon is the embodiment of these 3 impossibilities. A strict investigation by the Great Court of Heaven is required for use of the red key. Because of this, the very act of dispatching Dlanor, who arms herself with it, is equivalent to a death sentence. In this world, Senator Lambdadelta has placed restrictions on its use and power.
Well, surely the blue key won't be that bad, at least.
The primary weapon used by official inquisitors of heresy belonging to the Einzern Jungfrau. Like the red key, it is a conceptual weapon, but instead of denying the existence of concepts, it is used to create self-doubt and force others to deny themselves. For this reason, it is called the blue key of reflection, in contrast with the red key of judgment. Unlike the red key, it is possible to evade and defend against it. However, while the red key has severe restrictions regarding how it can be used, the blue key can be wielded with great ease and manipulated at will in all situations. Furthermore, because the shapes of conceptual weapons are themselves purely conceptual, their outward appearance differs depending on the inquisitor using them. In Dlanor's case, they appear as a long sword and short sword, but some use them in the form of spears or guns, while others make them take the shape as phenomena such as magic or miracles. The red and blue charms used by Gertrude and Cornelia are yet another shape of these keys.
There they are.
We got the whole Decalogue.
5th not included because we talked about that one.
Yeah. The 10 Commandments, created by Dlanor A. Knox's father and used in heresy trials. Knox's first, it is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Knox's second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Knox's third, it is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. Knox's fourth, it is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard-to-understand scientific devices to be used. Knox's sixth, it is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. Knox's seventh, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Knox's eighth, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Knox's ninth, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and interpretations be heard. Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. The debate over the interpretation of these laws continues to this very day, and it has become the source of countless unfair controversies. While fundamentalists call any infringement upon these commandments heresy, revisionists point out that many canonized geniuses have violated these rules. Interesting.
That's just true. That part's just true, not even in lore. That's just true in real life.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about Dlanor.
What do you mean you
She
don't know
doesn't
about it?
seem like she could be evil to me.
I don't think she is.
I don't think she is either, but I feel like she's playing at something here, and I don't know if she's I don't know. But I just
works
think
here, man.
Yeah, I feel like it's more, I feel like there's more to it than that. I feel like there's more to it than she just works here, but I don't know.
How did you get all of those to be red?
If I don't scroll over them, the red doesn't go away.
Oh, it looks
But when I
pretty.
scroll over them, the red goes away.
No, that doesn't look very pretty. Yeah.
Anyways, anything new here?
I would suppose not.
Nope.
Kraus was confirmed dead.
Oh. Murdered sometime after the early morning phone call, which Natsuhi learned that he was still alive. Corpse not found, but this death was guaranteed by Bernkastel with the red truth. Okay. Backlog.
There we go.
Anyways, after all that,
Yeah.
the Decalogue, wasn't it? Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right?
Yes. They are commandments
Sorry, something got caught in my throat.
They are commandments conceived by my father.
Hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Bernkastel said it herself. She said that, because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently, that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. So, because that premise doesn't exist, there is no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Exposing that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But is it also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? The secret fourth position? That's enough of that. No, Battler, keep going.
No, I like that. I don't, let's not talk about that.
I want us more. Battler went from being anti-fantasy to mystery to anti-mystery?
Nope.
No?
Now he's just fantasy.
Now he's just fantasy?
The secret first option.
Me slowly learning that this horrible, torturous witch actually has just had a crush on me this whole time, and that's why she's been putting me in this situation so that I remember what I did to her 9 years ago.
6, thank you.
6, sorry. I was getting confused with 19. I would pick fantasy too. Anyways.
Magic is real.
This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I don't think it is anymore, Battler. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. I don't think that is your fight anymore, Battler. I think that's part of it, but I don't think that's all of it.
Thing. That's the whole thing.
If that was it, you would have taken Erika's side, dingus. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue.
Do you dislike Nox?
It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. She was saddened by that.
It did not please her, no.
No, but not in an angry way, in a sad way.
Oh, it was in a "oh you poor thing" kind of way.
Maybe. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them, after all.
Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game.
The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Badler-kun?
To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose.
In that case, Battler, let's say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries?
What if Nox's third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? In other words, hidden doors would always work just fine as the standard trick for closed rooms.
This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that have that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are hidden.
Badler-kun, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about.
That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. With modern audiences, you'd be surprised.
I think about that a lot. I really want to rewatch the Agatha Christie movies. I don't know how well they are as adaptations, but yeah, I want to see if they fit in Nox's.
Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries. That is if you care about the mystery.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get too into it, but I feel like a lot of people that read mystery novels are like, oh my gosh, I love the mystery, and then it's like the most not satisfying, breaking Nox's Decalogue mystery of all time, or it's insanely easy to guess, and it's like, okay, dude.
And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would that lead to?
It means you wouldn't even want to read it.
That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible.
That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough.
That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you even made it around 3 times. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable.
In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So, dear readers, please try to reason it out.
Ah. I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect.
To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it, no matter how much they love solving mysteries.
Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games?
Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato really began in the second game. Oh, definitely. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room, and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean,
Yeah.
seriously. Talk about having no hints to go to, or to go on. Blech. So, I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? I miss her so much. At that time, Beato said this.
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence.
Then, she said she'd give me information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beato. So, that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, and I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time.
Beatrice. She's a strange person. Though, riddles are the only holes witches can live within.
Sorry, I read that wrong.
Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved.
You could say the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy. Because I've been given hints, it's like she's saying, try and solve it. For it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch?
My. That does seem logical. She truly is a strange child.
Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea.
My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things.
A crutch for the power of thinking.
That's right. By Nox's 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues.
If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution.
So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you can start wanting to have a go at the riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it.
You seem to think the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there.
It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the records. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery, by telling them to give it their all, since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked?
Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though, among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy.
There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Nox's Decalogue? That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. Based off that statement, it doesn't seem like Dlanor is among the fundamentalists. I can understand why they'd want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that'd get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want to guarantee from the beginning. In other words, you want a guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant.
Yes. I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used in as such an arrogant weapon.
Then again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game world of Beatos follows the Nox Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Dlanor, and of course, Beato, all remained silent for a while. Almost as though my question had touched at the core of something.
That is something I cannot answer myself.
Why?
This is a game that this child has made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue.
We're back in business.
But, at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win.
In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible.
If you ask this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures.
Something Beato might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well.
She severely underestimated his capabilities. I thought you were smarter. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person were telling this riddle to a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words...
They're talking about the epitaph right now.
Yeah. It's possible to have a one-sided, solvable problem. Well, people have solved the epitaph in the English version, haven't they?
I mean, probably, but
it's really hard.
well, I mean, it's hard, but it also had to go under severe translation to make it even solvable. It's not a one-to-one.
Okay. I understand them. It's possible to have a one-sided, solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is, I actually don't think I know the answer to this one, do you?
I don't know. Let's see. If I translated it, dragon is Ryu, sleep could be Neru. Is there a joke about that in there?
Well, this is an English riddle. This is us.
Oh, I was sitting here trying to translate it.
The answer is to battle the night. So it's a wordplay riddle. It's a riddle from the English realm. English realm is an interesting way to put it.
That's us.
All nations that speak English as a first language are a unified nation.
Untrue. Just us.
So it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. Pertuset was that Japanese person there for a second.
For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth.
What?
Beato wanted you to solve it, so she made this game, the riddles of this tale, solvable. That alone, I will guarantee with the red truth.
It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire.
I don't know if my father's decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage, and might possibly even lead to some new discovery.
Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this?
Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually.
True, there wasn't. True. We got hit with Sumides again.
Yeah.
Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view. And it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless.
Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy, young people.
Love?
Without love.
Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back, right?
Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-sided love. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they're afraid of that pain. They want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else.
I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between the writer and reader in a detective novel.
Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. OMG, they love me. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it. Or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to reread the story. Because they don't want to write that they consider a masterpiece. What they consider a masterpiece. Oh my goodness. Let me just restart. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Because they don't want to don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school aged kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings. So they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of the readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre.
Battler-kun, when does the chicken or egg type of shy love reach the level where it can progress into mutual love?
Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more and more, and when the two both reach the level where they're sure that I like this person and they surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression up until now was that their relationship starting with a sudden confession of love tends to break up more than often, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time.
In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born. Is what you're saying?
Maybe. It's a bit odd. I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right.
Yes. It's something that cannot go on without a relation built on mutual trust. A relationship with love.
Both of them literally like just shoving Battler towards Beatrice every time they say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god! The wall is cracked. Unless he says the stupidest thing he could possibly say right now when I press spacebar. So you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love?
Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me.
Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way.
That is a new insult I'm gonna start using. Wow.
Ryukusho not beating the at least capable of thinking like a misogynist allegations.
Yeah.
With all the he's really good at depicting them and every once in a while, man. Anyways,
He's sitting there and he's like, man, I don't like him, but I sure as heck am gonna ride him.
she joked at him in a middle-aged woman sort of way.
That's crazy. Thing is I bet there's like a decently just fine Japanese word that just
Translation.
does not translate over, so they're like, I don't know how else to put it.
You're probably right. Oh. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can't accept her as a rival. A rifle? A rival. No, I think you should try those other two. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So, I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist.
How can you be sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force?
Can't you tell that by looking?
It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force. And yet, you still have no doubts? You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth.
Surely this is that stage Vatler-kun mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship.
Why'd they give Dlanor like photorealistic cat eyes, man?
I love
They're
it.
goofy. They're so goofy. Especially when she makes the little 3 mouth with it.
Yeah.
Virgilia and Dlanor giggled together. Again! Not one guy, multiple women. And the topic is love. Wait a sec. Isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy Golden Land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Dlanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. Please say what I'm hoping you're going to say and not something stupid. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me and the crutch of the Decalogue that Dlanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Dlanor lent me. Dlanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve. No, to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is a mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery. And let me take it on one last time. Break it down for us, Badler.
Ooh.
When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Dlanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? Hi, Gertrude.
Hi. Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Dlanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. The early part of the story.
The early part of the story.
The man from 19 years ago was mentioned in the early part of the story. Not the game board, but the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared. As early as the first... Oh, we're going that far back. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, he's talking
sorry.
meta.
Okay, we're going all the way back to the very beginning. Okay. Nundratrice.
True. He was the second character on screen, or first?
Yeah. The culprit must have already appeared as early as the first game? True. That's the most basics of basics in the mystery genre. Are we assuming that it's the same culprit every time? In
No.
this? No? Okay.
I mean, it just goes back to what Beatrice said at the end of episode 4. Who am I?
Classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside? Thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later. Because Nox's First clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Of course, there's also what both Dlanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue, so of course I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely, and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's second. That's me.
Allow me to speak. Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
Dlanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound, and gave me an answer to my question. That's right. A detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic?
Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please.
Yeah, that's right. Sure, I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown, and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right. That was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore, that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely, the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God. It's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. That's what I've been saying. We got biased narrators. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we'd broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as witnesses. I feel like that's a very... I don't know. I guess maybe I interact with that a lot, but I feel like that's a much more like common thing we've seen in media, like since the 21st century, is unreliable narrators.
I would agree with that, I think.
It's like people like it, and I can understand why.
I mean, I don't even know what you would call this, the study of, like, media trends. I don't know what you would call that. But I definitely think meta-narratives in general have become far more popular.
Yeah.
Post, like, at least the 20th century.
Yeah.
Like, it all, well, I don't know if it started with, but, like, the big name one was an occurrence at Owl Creek Ridge, or Bridge. And ever since then, you've just had more and more meta-narratives. And they, lately, have been very popular because one could argue that Undertale and Doki Doki Literature Club are not only some of the most popular things ever, but they are definitely meta-narratives.
Yes, heavily.
So, and this preceded both of them, but it is also a meta-narrative.
Yep.
So I just think, I don't know. I don't have the time to get into all of it, but that might be a good podcast episode idea, is to talk about meta-narrative.
Just an observation that I made.
It's true, though. It's true.
Yeah. Anyways. Meta. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? Well, then we can go back to Beatrice wants you to solve it. So she thinks it's certainly solvable, at least.
Mm-hmm.
If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beato wasn't trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance of winning. That Beato was trying to fight. I said wasn't. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. What could she get, Battler? she might gain something from losing, perhaps. Think of it that way. Maybe she has a benefit to losing, which allows her to give you the chance of winning. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. It's all about love, man.
Yeah.
In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent. Like hell you can solve it.
Oh, how cute.
Yeah, according to George Aniki, people like that are called tsundora.
I gotta know if that translates to something not good.
Well, we know what soon means.
Oh, it means tundra.
So I'm assuming it just is like tsundere, except they just stay cold. And that's
Well,
how
no,
they express their love to you.
He's just misremembering what George actually said.
Okay.
George said tsundere, but he just never remembered that.
Okay. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute.
Whoa.
No! Badler, you're gonna embarrass yourself.
Please don't call her that, buddy.
Bro, you're not right. You don't have it right. Virgilia, stop him. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, you're such a tsundora. If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful.
Allow me to speak. Nox's eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be solved with clues that are not presented.
Allow me to speak. Nox's sixth. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved, and it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidence.
You know what that just makes me think of?
What?
Was that Star Wars Episode 9? Where they just happened to hold up that thingy in the exact right position
Yes.
that it revealed
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is an exact example of the accident or coincidence thing.
Hated that.
See, it didn't fit Nox's Decalogue.
It's
and
a
therefore you were
generally very,
dissatisfied.
very universally held opinion, though, that Episode 9 was like the worst Star Wars product ever to exist.
Well,
Except
true,
maybe
true.
the Acolyte now, but...
But if you play via Nox's Decalogue, it kind of helps you to analyze why something's bad. Like
why
this
it's
is a
legitimately
guideline.
bad when people who for some reason like it tell you, oh, you just don't like it because it's new Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
exactly.
you can pull the, bring out Nox, get me Ronald's book.
True. Hey, Ronald.
It's been a while.
Been a while. The revival of that is insane. Anyway.
Me preparing to decimate my opponent who says they like Joker too. Hey, Ronald. It's been a while. If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. She'll never know she doesn't watch these. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale, and she's definitely not going to watch this one that's been like 5 hours long.
Yeah.
If it isn't from the Decalogue, but Erika or someone said this: there are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. 1 is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? 1 is the howdunit. How is the culprit? No. How did they commit the crime? 1 is the whydunit. Why did they commit the crime?
Taryn.
No, because if Taryn committed the crime, then it would be by pure coincidence, thus violating Nox's 6th.
Oh, no. I didn't say Taryn did it.
Oh.
It's why I did it.
He's why? His mere existence. Taryn is your man from 19 years ago. All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. No. Strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve the 3 riddles, Beato scattered hints about. Though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there will be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the games as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onwards, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Mergilia and Ronove obviously appeared so that they could help me. That's a long flashback. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the Brawn Tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. That just reminded me of my bit of Hideyoshi seeing everything and no one believing him.
Yeah, that was a really good bit.
Ava, you gotta believe me! I finally understood how to fight. And most likely, at the end of the 4th game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. But those 2 witches were there, and they ruined it. Then, Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart, entrusted me with explaining this tale. Didn't she? So all of that was training, basically, is what you're telling me. All of Questions Arcs was the Battler training arc.
That's his take on it.
Okay. In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game. Dang! Just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need to do is search for the truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit. Crime. Motive. The answers to those 3 ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them.
Please, allow me to speak.
What is it?
Go back through the tale. Know that you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light.
All right, guys, we're playing questions arcs again.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out ourselves.
Yep. Right now, through this tale,
Know that for reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required.
yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. It's something that's been repeated over and over again throughout the tale. Oh, say it. Persistently so. Yes, Battler! Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Slowly, the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious.
I like this theme a lot too.
Which one is this?
It's just called DIR, which I don't know if you say deer or deer. I don't know. I just say DIR. That's what I'm saying.
Dlanor is really cool, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
The several tales became faint bubbles. No. Were they small shining fragments? He's beginning to believe. He can see the sea of fragments.
I was gonna say he's seeing the sea of fragments.
And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch black sky? I kept sinking, on and on, into that sea. Gunji-san, thanks for... No, that... Dang. The tales up until now, one after another, Virgilius, I'm guessing I should pronounce that as, because it's the Latin.
Yeah.
Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time.
What? Why didn't they name him Dante? It's just occurring to me. Maybe it would have been too on the nose.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like that would have been way, like they already have Virgilia and Beatrice. I feel like that would have made it way too on the nose.
Maybe, but I mean, the alternative is Battler.
Here's my theory. Here's my blue truth. He read Dante and then somehow, like, from English to Japanese, that got translated to, like, daunting or dauntless or something like that.
Maybe.
And then he was like the general Japanese translation made that into, like, one who fights or something. And so he was like, Battler.
It could be. I don't know.
And just the N, I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Oh.
For all the pain that was in episodes 3 and 4, there were some pretty nice moments too.
Yeah.
And then I knew. I finally reached the truth. To the depths, no. To the peak of Mount Purgatory.
new song called Promise.
Idiot. You really are an idiot. Singing?
Got vocals.
Singing?
Yeah.
That hurts. He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. On Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there pierced by the longsword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Battler noticed as he remembered this whole time Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. And when he held her, he knew that it was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. So, when Battler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then, just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so, Battler knew, I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it, while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created. Just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart, and I finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I definitely reached the truth? So why couldn't you believe with me? And wait. You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me! I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture! You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've now finally reached that truth, to think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. I think this is me.
Yeah.
You idiot! Why did you lose heart before me? Damn it! It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Idiot! Idiot! Your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't
You say it more simply. Idiot!
His scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was 2400 on October 5th, 1986. Time was up. For everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No. I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle, one so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch her remains, but nothing worked. Shit. Damn it! At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. That small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now, I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushiromiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale's everything. At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. Ugh. Sorry. Knee-jerk reaction. Let me get a little sippy.
Mm-hmm.
The two witches had their backs turned. Oh! So they've just been here the whole time?
Yeah, they're just hanging out.
Oh, okay. And Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse.
That really is pathetic, Battler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue, and for all eternity. Huh?
The light of God.
Luce, please!
At that time, Battler's chest, no. The red longsword that pierced Battler began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest.
This song is called Justice. Holy moly.
That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. The song's called what?
Justice, all caps. It originally played it with the first fight against Dlanor.
What's going on?
Battler is... What is this?
He's beginning to believe. Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight, came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. By now, it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest.
Swing.
It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air, then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again.
This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda?
Bernkastel with the sweat drop. Lambdadelta with the sweat drop.
We're so back.
That glow. It couldn't be.
He's going Super Saiyan. Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. If she's in awe, something is bad. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought up, Bern also frowned slightly.
Sorry, retrials will not be permitted. Shyster sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion. Understood. 45, 410, firing permission granted.
You already know?
It's unable to target. IFF error code 999. Oh, well.
999? You say? Impossible!
The Shyster sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Bernkastel's orders.
Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed, and the trial ended with our victory.
Sorry, Bern. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler?
She wasn't wrong when she said he could have been more interesting. In fact, you could say she said it with certainty.
Super paper.
Dang. Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erika. Bernkastel. Now it's time for my truth.
Request for a retrial accepted. The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions.
Just like that, huh? It's that easy.
The game master. She's the game master.
Objection! The trial has already been concluded, and the results have even been announced.
Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths.
Objection! Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he doesn't hold the rank of a witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal.
Objection overruled. He already does have that. By the name of Lambdadelta, Witch of Certainty, I acknowledge it.
Yo!
Ushiromiya Battler, I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. as the new endless sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler. What did you say? Battler got the rank of a witch?
The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. Should have had a witch who loved you, Dingus. Should have. On top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambdadelta. Erika couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red.
Looks like that kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along.
Erika, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Natsuhi the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it.
Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Shaista sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it gonna take you to carry the order out? Error code 999! An access code is required to target the territory lord.
Yeah, I told you he'd do it, yeah.
Dang!
Do they have a bet going?
She's been rooting for him since like episode 2.
Oh.
Territory lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do!
Territory Lord. You don't mean... Battler is? Yes, Ushiromiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment.
Yes, that's right. So, you still don't understand? You don't know what that gold sparkle signifies? He's reached it. Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. That means Battler's understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he's reached the position of the game's master. I bet you don't want to believe it, right, Burn?
Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erika!
Too bad, Erika. Just when you were finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushiromiya Battler. Is it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How's it feel to be deprived of that title just when you'd finally gotten it? How's it feel?
They may be horribly, horribly evil and vicious, but at least they're also cannibalistic about it.
Yeah.
Battler! If you think you can disprove my theory, just try it! It's impossible. Impossible!
That was really funny to have to do.
Yeah, I did.
The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsuhi is the culprit.
I can construct a theory with someone other than Aunt Natsuhi as the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed him by his status as a sorcerer.
A culprit other than Natsuhi? Aha! How's that? Dlanor, let's see where this delusion of Battler-sans takes us.
Dlanor like, hey, I haven't done anything this entire time. It's been between you four.
Play the sound effect.
Yep.
I love it every time.
Slowly, Dlanor stepped forwards.
New song incoming, by the way. It's called Tomorrow.
In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue.
That's the scary one.
She also had a blue short sword.
That's It's not that scary.
In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again. No, for the first time. They truly confronted each other because they were pieces.
Battler, I've been waiting.
Sorry to keep you.
You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated.
Kill him! Dlanor Nox!
Dlanor's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. The curve drawn by the longsword of red truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest.
Lady Erika's reasoning has solved the fifth game. No new facts exist that overturn the truth created by this reasoning.
It's possible to show a different truth by using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for different truths to exist at the same time. I knew it. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it.
Byrne's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily. But still, if you can present a theory on par with Byrne's, the fight will come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied.
What a laughable script. I'd expect nothing less from a demon script. Then let me ask, what is the theory with someone other than Natsuhi as the culprit?
Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago, the one from Aunt Natsuhi's confession.
Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the fifth game cannot be named as the culprit.
What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? Among us! For example, what if it was me? I was on it. I actually did not expect that to be right. Well, I guess it's not technically confirmed right, but I didn't expect it to be proposed so easily.
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago?
Rudolph saying he had something to tell Battler that he never gets to tell him in every single episode.
I really wish that had an anime adaptation.
The red truth from the fourth game that I'm not the son of my mother Asumu. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the first game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Dlanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of endless sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference.
A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit.
Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain that Natsuhi is the culprit.
Hey, it's a thumbnail. Oh,
Good though.
You you shut your dirty... I'm sorry.
Oh, we're jumping back into final answer. I love this one.
If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reap your feeble truth. I, Furudo Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will...
Know your place. This is Dlanor Battler fight. Rat. This time, Erika stepped forward.
Are we gonna see what I think we're gonna see? Yes, we are!
In her hand, there appeared a scythe, like one a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory.
It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between 2400 and 1. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime.
It's purple.
Teleports behind you. It has not been specified that the time of the death was between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Therefore, it's possible that the crime didn't occur between 2400 and 1.
There is a restriction on any murders in the cousin room. From 1 a.m. until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room. Dlanor, now!
Nox's 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on watch for any abnormalities inside that room until morning, such a crime is impossible.
By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Battler used a blue flash to deflect both the red thrusts that Erika and Dlanor had flung at him. Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed? Even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there?
The death of the 4 in the cousin room has been proclaimed with the red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic even though they were dead at that time?
I see. Since you believe they were dead by that point, it probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. So this might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you.
Fool! How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been proclaimed with the red truth. Furthermore, those corpses were witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no examination of any corpses would lead to a mistaken result. Take that, dead people!
What a sentence.
Dang.
I need that on a t-shirt.
Uh-oh.
When was that red truth made? Have you forgotten, miss?
He really is Bronove. He came back to help Battler fight? Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
We've switched to Dream End Discharger now.
Best
And this
supporting character.
In parentheses, it says Ronove's return.
Oh my god, man. I need this to be like a 6-part movie series.
Right?
I
love this music.
8 Umineko movies. One for each
I don't
episode.
think it would be enough, brother.
It wouldn't be. The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronove, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack.
Man, I don't know when it starts, but at some point the question marks become the best part. No cap. Sorry, I can't. I feel bad because the other parts are pretty good, but the question marks go hard. Okay.
You! Ronove! How did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too.
I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth.
Yes, Your Majesty. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss?
In that case, when do you claim the Red Truth Death Proclamation happened? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the Death Proclamation was made at the time of the crime's discovery.
When this court was opened, Lady Lambdadelta made a proclamation. She said this was a 2400 answer session. The Death Proclamation was made at 2400 on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime.
Then, you're saying that the victims were alive at that time? Even though their necks were sliced open?
Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True, our current understanding is that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse.
Oh, now we're playing the word games again. Erika swung her scythe recklessly, but Runaway blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands.
So, at that point in time, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? In that case, why did Battler scream? Better watch your feet, little girl. Ushirome Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games.
Bye-bye. Bye. A pitch-black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down out of the skylight on the ceiling of this cathedral.
Ria!
Yes, wand!
Wand?
Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. As Erika fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparkled blue.
Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure.
Correct. Unless someone other than Kenzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails.
This is nothing.
Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then, all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. That was very little compared to what we normally get.
It's a big place.
The 7 people manifested themselves at once.
We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master.
You lovely paperweights. After George's death, his corpse was never moved.
After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved.
After Rose's death, her corpse was never moved.
After Genji's death, his corpse was never moved.
After Krause's death, his corpse was never moved.
Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Kenzo carrying the corpses away fails.
So what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses Furudo, Erika. I have to revise my theory. I do. The detective does.
I'll tell you what I think. I think it sucks. Erika was probably capable of escaping this, even with Kinzo's existence denied, by making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating.
Looks like you thought that I was planned too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that.
You played around too much with your reason. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth.
This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. Know that, Furudo Erika.
Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Bernkastel and Lambdadelta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had been unfixed. And yet, to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, and capable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy who could also use red without proof to counter.
Dlanor!
Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you would show that Kinzo has died within the red truth, then I demand that you display a proof of human's truth that could be used to make that point.
Oh, hi, Kinzo. Oh. Forgive me, damn geezer.
Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you.
Episode 5 positive Kinzo has, I still can't get over it to this very moment, even though we've gotten through the whole episode with it. It's just so weird to me.
It is.
He's... Presentation of evidence. I'll present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushiromiya Kinzo's. Whoa! Wait, they're stanced up. Wait. Just let's see it for a minute.
They've even got both swords. Look
Yeah.
at that little glove.
Can you prove this corpse is Ushiromiya Kinzo's? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him, it is possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it was Kinzo's corpse with the truth of humans? In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument will be valid.
Oh. Any counter with the red truth will be invalid? I guess that works.
It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with the red is forbidden, Battler has nowhere to run to.
That's right. In this closed-off Rokkenjima, there's no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's.
And that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. This unidentifiable corpse cannot serve as proof of Kinzo's death.
Checkmate! My theory does not waver!
Dlanor had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back.
How are you going to prove that corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It can't be done.
With red or blue, right?
Are we getting another color? We're getting a third color, aren't we? Gold truth?
The golden truth.
I guarantee that this corpse is Ushiromiya Kinzo's corpse. Then, I thought it was going to be purple. When Dlanor met with Battler's golden flash, She was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue short sword. And she was blown backwards into empty space. It was a direct hit, without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before now. It's funny that they still had to put in small. She was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall, as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be.
Dlanor, what are you...
A splendid gold truth. It is valid.
Gold truth?
That game, that's just a beam of light. That's
It's golden longsword.
the golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold. Truth.
What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules?
Yes. Gold truth valid. Gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No, only by the game master himself. What did you say?
Gold truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. It may be sometimes inferior, but it is sometimes superior.
That glitter is proof that Battler-kun truly understands Beato.
I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's.
Yes. Gold truth accepted. Unless Lady Erika's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed.
What the...
Erika cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. You know, that thing she likes to do.
How does it feel?
Yeah. Let's see how you like it.
I see. It's like, and then there were no acroids. Just when did this... What a crazy mashup of great works!
I have no idea what that's in reference to.
Nope.
I know the first half.
Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you've fully made your truth about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see. That thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the red in this trial so far. Your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago had been completely understood and processed. I proclaim that your truth has now been established. What the? Why is that, Great Lady Lambdadelta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsuhi's personal room, and the button in the closet. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument?
Only Erika, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. Dang! She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. She doesn't care about love or romance, she said it herself.
Without love, it cannot be seen.
So she'll never be able to get to the real truth. Because of this, Grandfather's absence has been verified, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsuhi and Grandfather has been removed from consideration. Aunt Natsuhi is pure and faithful. That's just really funny to me that it's in red. I won't permit this vulgar tale you're all so fond of. Her purity is so true that the red can proclaim it.
Yep.
Oh, she's here still. She's...
Yeah, I didn't know she was still here either.
Peddler-kun.
Furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsuhi go back to square one. If you try to argue that the crime was impossible for everyone except Aunt Natsuhi, it won't work. Dlanor, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest, though pain didn't show in her expression. Her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was, even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now. Dlanor didn't abandon her duty.
However, in the cousin room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that was a lie? Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep an objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation.
Further, Erika is the detective, and the me in this game isn't one. And by Nox's 9th, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard.
Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time, and that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas? Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view.
In this game, when I figured out the device connected to the epitaph's riddle, I witnessed Grandfather. As has already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. She looks surprised.
It is possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain, which you mistook for Kenzo. It cannot be used as foreshadowing to form a basis for Nox's 9th. Mistaking one thing for another is a right permitted to all observers.
There's the red truth that Beato showed during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushiromiya Kenzo by sight. It's the red truth Beato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kenzo to make it seem as though Grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead to someone mistaking something for Grandfather, including someone else pretending to be Grandfather, most certainly cannot work. All of Aunt Natsuhi's schemes to make it seem Grandfather existed were hidden in the relatives' blind spots. All of them clever tricks, like he was just here a second ago, or he's alone in his study now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for Grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in Grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for Grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen Grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person. And that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox's 9th, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell about it. However, mistaking it for Grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth.
So, once you've claimed to have seen Kenzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective, is what you are saying?
In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. And that is an action not permitted to a detective, who is obligated to maintain impartial perspectives. Forgive my crazy argument. It's all finished now.
No. It's okay.
Is this Dlanor?
I'm pretty sure.
Because men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. You will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth that might claim to exist as the sole truth and try to exterminate all fragile truths.
Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens.
I'm glad I could fight with you.
Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the 9th, not the 7th. The fact that I claim to have seen Grandfather is proof! That threw me off guard.
Yeah.
The way it doesn't look right because usually there's more F's than O's.
He was much more impassioned, yeah. It was
The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Dlanor's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Dlanor. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Dlanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Oh, it's a repeat. If it hadn't, Dlanor would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind.
I resign. I give up on denying your truth.
I've paid my debt. Let honor be to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental.
Honor to my father.
Dlanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight. Aww. I like
Well, I think-
Dlanor a lot.
I was gonna say, I think she won, if we're gonna be honest. 'cause
Yeah. I like
her
Dlanor
goal-
a lot.
Her goal was to reveal the truth, the real truth. She just unfortunately had a bad boss.
She is that rare depiction of the church being a genuinely good person.
What are you doing, Dlanor? Lame, pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. You've tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mystery's Wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that.
You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. If you see mystery as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponent intellectually, I won't let you ever say so again.
But...
I'll present a truth that conflicts with yours. And Natsuhi was threatened by a phone call over the internal line sent by the man from 19 years ago, me. His goal was to make Aunt Natsuhi look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge, intent on framing Aunt Natsuhi.
That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Ushiromiya family that Natsuhi thought up. Your theory outright opposes mine.
You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you, right?
Yeah, that's right. From Erika, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kenzo. Looks like your theory's about to be denied, doesn't it? The spear is just... You paperweights. Get out of my way!
The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out.
I acknowledge the mistake in Erika's reasoning and the need for revision.
What the... My master!
Watching Erika's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Bernkastel spoke with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Bernkastel had acknowledged Erika's loss herself. Erika gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erika's own victory, with a mixture of shock and despair.
I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How long do you intend to hang there, pierced through like that? I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. Ugh, what a pain. What a pain. What a total pain. I don't need a piece. I'll just throw it away. Yeah, that disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Do it quickly, filth. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours?
Yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory.
As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's orders. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the Blue Truth, had them acknowledged by Lambdadelta, and finally had the Blue Spear smashed and was freed. Though that Blue Truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared, it couldn't conceal its desperation, and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning.
My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect.
Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. But I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny.
Erika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded Dlanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Bernkastel as well as Battler. You're that virtuous, Dlanor. You're making me gain more respect for you, but like even I wouldn't.
Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid.
Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them. So even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict with each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own.
Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erika's truth.
Dlanor.
As long as I'm here, I will protect that truth, no matter how...
Sorry.
No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth.
The words of Dlanor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. And, because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erika's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague, and while neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it is neither Erika nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me.
The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ushiromiya Battler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. However, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of their truths exist together. The conclusion of the fifth game is rescinded. The game goes back to being even, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer Ushiromiya Battler!
This is infinitely the best outcome for Lambdadelta possible. And
Yeah.
she got everything she wanted. The game is continuing. She'll get to be here with Bern for longer. It has been brought back to immediately balanced and stalemate once again. Literally from the most over it could have possibly been.
Super paper.
Super paper. She's super. What can I say? The super paper's real.
Ushiromiya Battler, step forward! I appoint you as the new Game Master! Will you accept? You will, right? Do it, you new endless witch!
Yeah, I'm the new game master. I'll weave the 6th game. Oh no. I'm scared. Erika, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. Wait,
Yes.
is it gonna be him and Erika, but Erika's gonna be against him as the game master?
I don't know.
That's a cool way of flipping the script. I like that. If it's what happens.
I will stand. I'll make you regret giving me a chance to clear away this shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game.
No.
Sure. Of course, I'll give you a chance.
Wow, incredible! She said, I'll give you a chance. Isn't this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles, Bernkastel.
Erika, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, expose the truth no matter what. Unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion.
Yes, my master. Dlanor.
Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well.
I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Dlanor, I'll tear your game to bits.
Sure. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of yours, Checkmate of the... Oh, he says that in English. Nah, well, close enough. Isn't cutting it. I read it out in my head and then tried to apply the accent to it, and I was like, honestly, there probably wouldn't be much change.
Yeah.
It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on.
Erika is a sore loser of the witch.
I, Furudo Erika, am a detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue a proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you.
Now, where have I seen this before?
Golden Sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler.
Yeah. Come at me with all you've got. Furudo Erika! Just watch, Beato. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm very glad we did that.
Yeah.
I would have
It is
been
true.
so frustrated if we had stopped without doing the question marks.
Yeah. It took a long time to do them.
It did, but I
But,
think it was
uh,
worth it.
It would have been very depressing to end where we did.
Mhm.
Oh. And we're back on course now because episode 4 took us 10 streams, but this is only taking us 8, which means we're back to, it kind of balances out to where everything was taking 9 beforehand.
It would have been 9 if we hadn't done this.
Yes.
What are they
Yeah.
talking about in my ears right now?
No idea. No idea.
Silver Forest, Silver Forest, Silver Forest.
Silver Forest. I'm trying to see if there's any funny things in the parentheses. I still like Relevant Return.
7th expansion. 4. Why 4? This is 5. This.
I don't know.
Anything? Or are we just back to the... Nope. There is something new on the title screen. I don't know what it's going to be, though. Are we going to get music again? Maybe? Music? Oh, my
Surely not this
achievement
one.
that I got was called The Reckoning.
Oh, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Come on.
Where was the one? Oh, is that that's our new art?
Oh, yeah. Golden Land art. Look at that. Oh, we can look at the tips from here now.
Oh, yeah.
What happens if I... Oh, I can't. It won't let me.
Mm-mm. Oh, he's got 2 executes because he also went missing.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just going to be the same for all of them. What about over here? Will it let me kill anyone over here? Dang!
Oh,
Well, now I'm sad. Well,
yeah. You killed her.
did it change? It did. It did, in fact, change the
text.
Beatrice on the highest plane and the one who created this world. In the 4th game, she entrusted everything to Battler and abandoned her position as game master. She lost even the will to express herself, to say nothing of the will to fight, and now is little more than a doll. In the world of the game board, those who do not fight have no significance. Her existence has been growing insubstantial, and it will probably break down and disappear before too long. And then we've read this one before.
Yeah.
Can't execute her. Nope. Nuh-uh. I don't see why I would be able to get any of these.
Mm-mm.
It does change them when I press execute.
That's funny.
Can I... Nope, can't get Battler. Can't get Lambda. Can't get Berk. Can't get Erika. Can't get Dlanor. Can't get Gertrude. Can't get Cornelia.
Wow.
Hey, 556 is back. Good to have
Well.
you back. Did I ever tell you the name of that achievement for her?
I can't remember if you did or not.
It was, oh, where is it? It's right here. Trumpet Blues, and the description is, will always remember you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I guess stay tuned for the
Stay
reckoning.
tuned. No, the reckoning came. The reckoning was here already.
Oh, they didn't name drop the next episode though. Battler didn't name drop it.
He did not.
I know what it is though.
I don't.
Stay tuned, everybody,
Stay tuned.
for the dawn of the Golden Witch.
This was a 6.5 hour stream.
Yes, it was.
Bye bye. Well, actually, do you want to say anything before we're gone?